Every time I touch mic. Every time I touch mic.
Explode the sunlight here, gentlemen. You explode the universe.
Every time I touch mic. Every time I touch mic.
Explode the sunlight here, gentlemen. You explode the universe.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the day 2 to the Amateur Global Championship 2025. Yesterday, we saw 24 players battle it out and only 8 remain to battle for the title. Here, I'm still Zero, casting this event, and with me, as always, Lava. How are you doing, Lava?
Hello everybody. I am really excited for today, man. After those games yesterday, it's, oh my god, the competition, the level, the cookery, it's all peak.
Yeah, we had 24 players, the best in the world, and only 1/4 of them remains, the best of the best, the creme de la creme, as they say in France, and yeah, they are so strong. And as you mentioned, also a little bit of cooking happened with the decks. And what can you say of that?
Well, there was probably my favorite deck, the Master Yi Nami, doing really well into this top cut. And there is a Seraphine SI, an Udyr Lux. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah, especially for the 2 Lux. It sounds crazy, and I believe it can find its footing. Trey is the player bringing him, and that sounds like a crazy deck in this meta. Yeah, definitely didn't expect it to top cut, but I'm happy that happened, honestly. And yeah, I guess we can start looking over at some of the decks that we will see today, probably. The bracket first, we need to check, they tell me from the broadcast, and so this is the bracket of the 8 players that are here today, because they qualified from yesterday's Swiss stage, and as you can see, it's gonna be a double elimination bracket with a potential bracket reset at the very end. And what can you say, Lava, about this bracket, because we see some spicy matchups going on already in round 1.
Yeah, we have 3 people from EMEA, Wad, Trey, and Robomaster. Then we have 3 people from the Americas in Shadox, Y Rebellion, and AJ, and 2 representatives from APAC with Mana and Newman. And already we will be looking at an EMEA versus EMEA and Americas versus Americas.
Yeah, meanwhile, the other matches are really global, with Mana taking on Robomaster and Newman taking on AJ the Pro. Yeah, but this bracket looks very promising, especially since Wad, the first player that qualified from Swiss with the highest score yesterday, already against another European, another EMEA player in Trey. And I guess we will see that matchup, and it's gonna be very interesting because, as you mentioned, Trey is bringing the spice to the tournament.
Yeah, most people were discounting Trey, but he surprised us for sure. Let's take a look at some decks now. For Trey.
Yeah, this is the one you mentioned, the Lux Udyr. Man, this deck looks really promising. I was expecting probably to see even the Mage Seeker, because, you know, Mage Seeker works well with those champion combination, but we don't see that. What do you think about this deck? Like, very on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's Udyr Demacia, but instead of the usual Morgana, Trey decided to go with Lux and Shaman's Call to activate her. Yeah, I mean, I know Trey has been playing this for a while, even when I was his teammate in the Aegis League, and so I'm looking very much forward to how he pilots this.
Meanwhile, the second deck that Trey brought to the table is Wingsgiving. We have seen it yesterday, Wingsgiving. You mentioned me earlier before we started the broadcast. Wingsgiving has a very impressive win rate.
Oh yes, 5 people brought Wingsgiving, 4 of them made the top 8, and it has a massive 80.9% win rate over 21 games. Truly the powerhouse of this tournament.
People were talking about Janna Nylano dominating, or even Jace Lux, but instead it was Nidalee and Wingsgiving, teaching everybody a lesson, basically.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the last deck from Trey, I think that lesson becomes clear that people were actually targeting Janna Nyla, and that's why she suffered. And definitely Trey on fearsomes with some very nice anti-Janna Nyla attacks, Rocket Barrage and Aftershocks.
And we mentioned yesterday, Fearsome was a gamble from a lot of America's players, but also Trey on that Fearsome hype train, it definitely paid dividends. And now Trey will have to face actually a lineup that has got Janna Nyla, because if we take a look at WAD's decks, we see Nidalee, Wings Giving, of course, as the first one. As we already talked about this, I don't think it's very different from the others. It may index one Rite of Negation though, not only relying on the Avenging Vastayas.
Yeah, 2 Avenging Vastaya and 2 Rite of Negation have become pretty much the default here. A lot of people changed that up a little bit, also running 1 Explorer, 1 of Rite, 1 of Wallop, just a few more things for the opponent to play around.
And the second deck instead that WAD's decided to bring is Seraphine Karma Set. We've seen it yesterday, we have seen how powerful it was. WAD almost came back from a match that he wouldn't have had any business winning, to be honest. If you remember that ramp match that we watched on stream. And so we know this deck is super powerful if it goes late game, if it can stick the temple on the board.
Oh yes, Sarah Queen, my beloved. Everybody is scared of Temple plus Notify in Standard, and this deck definitely takes advantage of that the most. If you slam Temple on turn 5, the game is basically over.
Can protect that temple, as you mentioned, with the Notify. The game might very well be over, and the last deck that WAD has decided for his lineup is the Janna Nyla that we were talking about. The Janna Nyla that Trey's lineup actually targets, and this one is not gonna face an easy time in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Janna Nyla definitely the highest skill ceiling deck in this standard format. Lots of people decided to bring it, and lots of people fell apart because of it. We will see how WAD handles that today.
Yeah, exactly, and we see the deck selection screen. What would your ban be if you are Trey? Probably you're not banning the Janna Nyla. Maybe the Wings Giving is the ban, because you know it has had a crazy win rate. You don't want to get basically an auto loss, and so you may ban it. Meanwhile, WAD Fearsome might be the ban because it's a very aggressive deck. What do you think?
Yeah, well, Trey's deck are all pretty well statted. They can just produce an unfair stat number on their units, just some little combos that definitely just like push a lot of damage in the mid game, and I definitely think Trey recognizes the power of Wings Giving, and that will be his ban. For what? I am really not so sure. It might just be Wings Giving as well, if he, since he knows how powerful it is. But yeah, Fearsomes could also just be the Udyr.
Yeah, even maybe after day 1, they will say, okay, gentleman agreement, we permaban Wings Giving, no more Nidalee, and we battle it out with the other decks. It may be an option for all the players. Ooh.
Yep, and we will actually see the Seraphine and the Udyr ban coming through.
Oh, so the one deck that we were actually looking forward to watch Trey play, the Lux Udyr, the one, more off-meta brew in this matchup, was actually banned by WAD. And we are back to kind of a standard line of matchups with a possible Wings Giving mirror. We shall see that happen.
We haven't seen that yet. I'd be very excited if that comes through for us today.
It's only the first match, but winning is so very important to avoid going into that loser bracket and play against your own elimination.
Are you generally a person who rather picks their best deck first, or do you just want to get your weakest deck out of the way?
I think psychological factor is important, and so usually I would go for my best deck because I know if I win, I have a fail-safe for at least one more match, and I think that's important for the mental.
Yeah, mental, as well as just definitely if one of the decks is, it really just depends. If you have one deck that's like good into one but very bad into the other, and one deck that's like kind of even, I think you definitely start with the even one. And we see the Wings Giving mirror, both players having Wings Giving in the starting hand. I am so excited for this one.
Yeah. What? Mulliganing everything but the Wings Giving. Meanwhile, Trey looking at his hand a little bit more before deciding what to do. And
yeah, we do see Risu and Wings Giving, which is definitely the biggest combo of this deck, if you ignore the big game Tycoon making that one even crazier. Yeah, this matchup is definitely about just who can build up the biggest combo and who can interrupt their opponents the best at that.
But we're finally into the game, and already, what end do you think is better suited for the mirror matchup?
Ooh, I do think Trey has more potential to finish this game early with the Pyrophant and the Risu combo as well. Also, getting to attack on turn 5 with that Risu gets the first transform attack on that side. Deck building wise, we do have Watt playing one Explorer for potential landmark removal.
Yeah, but maybe this Shift Nakotak can change, the cards, because it can start buff left and right your things. You have also the Chameleon that can transform as well, and Avenging Mastaya if you need. But yeah, as you mentioned, Trey looks better suited for a fast, swift finish of this game if Wad doesn't counter. And now, first, Bash is gonna be popped, vulnerable. Even, and now the trades will start happening.
Yep, we see Trey trying to force those trades early before the neck attack can get online. Calculating what could that bush be, even with the neck attack. Any 1 mana bush can only be All-Terrain Trooper, and so that pull will work out here.
There is not even gonna be, the play of the spell to transform the bush. Even Nakotak cannot save the all-terrain trooper. And so we're back to square one for Wad. Only Nakotak, an injured Chief Nakotak in play. Meanwhile, Trey can keep building the board and advancing for that win condition. Would you slam Wings Giving actually if you're Trey here, or just keep putting maybe both bashes?
Yeah, I think Trey needs to go for as much damage on turn 5 as he can put up here to stop Wad from doing the same on turn 6. And so Wings Giving into the Risu does look promising. We do have the Halunatis as well as an option.
But instead we see the Wings Giving, the first act is not even played because, as you mentioned, it's all too important to have it ready for this Risu.
Oh, that is interesting. So Trey actually deciding to go for the full value on his Wings Giving instead of using it on the 1-drop, which would have been a pretty good transform as well.
It is setting up the big Wings Giving on turn 7, looking to finish the game probably on that turn instead of this one.
Yeah, he might just be looking at 9-cost units to finish this game here, especially Gorlif. And it will be
The ram will be chosen, and the ram doesn't forgive. Look at how big it is. A 412 with 3 impact is gonna deal a massive amount of damage. It's a decimate. It's literally just a decimate.
Yeah, and this attack buff will continue to get transferred to new units you evolve it into. That's definitely one of the key benefits of Wings Giving. You heal your unit on transform, you transfer granted buffs to the next unit, and you can slowly climb up the mana levels until you get to maybe 10 mana, and it's 10 mana, you do have a 100% chance to hit Atakan. But here...
Yeah, the only problem with Atakan is that you know your opponent has a Wallop in the deck. So you need to be careful because you might be blown out by just the Wallop. Atakan doesn't have that many ways to protect himself, and if you don't have a deny or even Avenging Bastion on the board, that Atakan is a sitting duck.
Oh, and here we see the Changeling combo with Neck Attack and the Cloud. If we hit something good here, this is gonna be very dangerous, but Trey has built up a nice wall on his side.
Especially that Ram will be so pivotal in defending, especially against a big overwhelm unit if it gets transformed. And yeah, we have Pyrophant, the option to go for Pyrophant here, or even Tidebreaker. I think though Pyrophant has got better stats overall, is going to be the choice. And so a 7-6 and an 8-7 on the board, 9 impact from these 2 cards alone. That's a lot of impact.
Ooh, that is a lot, but not enough to win this turn.
No, it's not enough to win, and this gives Trey the option to fulfill his goal and play that third act of Wings Giving on this Ram.
Yeah, here the high HP of this Ram definitely coming in clutch, not only just blocking, but also making the unit survive. And then you can transform it again, fully heal it up.
If you are WAD, do you go for the do you go for the Quicksand now? Do you try to get the best trade you can, or you wait for next turn because you are too much scared of a potential overrun unit blowing you out? You only have 11 HP, and against Trey's deck, against Wings Giving, 11 HP is not safe.
Yeah, you definitely need to keep that for the potential Gorlif attack here. Gorlif obviously cannot be blocked by units with less HP than itself. Formidable. Could disable the Formidable there. And Trey tickling out that deny here.
Yeah, not only forcing the deny, but even getting rid of all the potential mana. All the potential mana that WAD could play with next turn. It's only gonna be 7 mana. Nothing banked.
Let's see what Trey can hit here.
Aurora getting played, and now the Wings Giving on the Ram, and WAD doesn't even get to see the result.
Ooh.
Just surrenders, and game 1 goes to Trey.
Very well played from Trey here, actually going wide here and transferring the transform buffs onto different units, making all of them a threat. And what is now behind 0-1 going into our second game here? Trey gonna have to win 1 game with the fearsomes.
But let's not count WAD out. He's still the player that qualified first out of the Swiss stage yesterday. And so it definitely showed up and definitely showed everyone that he's one of the top dogs in this tournament. But here it doesn't seem like the best of hands for WoD. Even though you have Wings Giving, you have Risu.
Yeah, WoD has a combo, but it will take a while. And if Trey can find an aggressive fearsome opener here, that will be game over. Trey decides to mulligan away a Soul Harvest, but gets one back anyways. Of course, there is always the mind game of Soul Harvest versus the Prowl countering that. But he will get another one actually, and against this hand from WoD, it can be devastating if used at the right spot.
Of course, though, not much is going on for Trey outside of that one combo that will be played next turn. You know, Battler into Stygian Onlooker. That's the things that you will do. You have a Mystic Shot to back them up. Mystic Shot will help in pushing a little bit more damage. It's gonna be potential 7 damage on turn 3 here.
Yeah, Trey has an early combo, but then just a lot of removal. Needs to find some heavy hitters after that. WoD starting here with a pass. Wants to see what Trey does here before developing the fearsome blocker. Obviously, could easily just die to Gloom or something.
Fair Trey here, do you play the combo or do you play the Sentinel? Because I think the combo is much stronger. The Sentinel, though, goes well with your Mystic Shot that you have in hand. But yeah, decides to play Battler into Stygian Onlooker for maximum potential damage push.
Yep, and the next turn we can not only threaten removal, but also have some payoff for that removal here. But now, getting punished by that fearsome blocker, making us reconsider if we even attack here or just wait. We could greed for a rocket barrage on something else, killing the 3-1. We could Mystic Shot it.
Yeah, but instead, Trey just decides, is thinking about using this Mystic Shot because it would be 3 more damage pushed. Which is a lot, to be fair. Also, you get to retain your unit on the board. You're saving the Stygian Onlooker, most likely, or the Butler. Would you trade the Butler or the Stygian Onlooker? Probably the Stygian, right? Or not? What would you do here if you were WoD?
Probably the Butler, but I don't think that's an attack. A good attack from Trey, and he goes for the Soul Harvest, trying to tickle out a Prowl, and it succeeds.
7 damage being dealt on turn 3, and WoD now has to play defense. Doesn't have that many things going on for him, though.
Yeah, there is a Nidalee, but you don't want to block with her. Trey, in the meantime, can just ignore her or just shoot some removal and simply get rid of her.
Do you just play here also the Avenging Vastaya just to have more bodies on board? You know, just attack. And I mean, this attack is kind of telegraphing that's a Nidalee, and yeah, just playing her plainly at this point.
Yeah,
It was kind of telegraphed anyway.
WoD does go for the Vastaya after this attack here. He will just run into Trey's removal. That would probably be the game.
Yeah, but will he grid it out? I know, it doesn't grid it out. Waits.
Recognizes the danger. But now the aftershock can come in. So much different kinds of removal in Trey's deck. Something for every situation, it seems. And the Risu has to come down just as a blocker here.
And it feels so bad because Risu, you want to use that 7-3 as a means to push damage, as a means, to have one more target for your wings giving, but instead it will just have to trade with the Sentinel.
And yeah, maybe trading is all it needs to do with Ward's hand. Having two of the big game tycoons and the wings giving is definitely enough, but you just need to survive now.
Yeah, of course, if you're Trey, I believe you always let this go through. You don't want to use your glimpse on the Sentinel. You need to keep this 7-3 unit off the board.
Yeah, and Trey has run out of units now. Only removal in hand. And now the Vastaya can definitely do some work.
Yeah, but at the same time, the Shadow got top decked from the side of Trey. So as you mentioned, running out of cards, running out of units. But yeah, another unit, one of your highest cost unit, getting drawn. And that unit is also a boat, because it allows you to draw into Vex. And that matters a lot, actually.
Yep, definitely enough fuel to keep Trey going here. Gonna need to decide on how to use the removal effectively here. First, just gonna start with the tutor. And now the wings giving is basically forcing the removal here.
Wings giving, forcing the Soul Harvest. Of course, it's gonna be met by Avenging Vastaya, proccing the deny. And so the Soul Harvest not gonna do its job. Wad is getting one proc off of the Winds giving. Is there any lifesteal unit that he can get?
There should be the Darkness lifesteal unit at 6 CS. But instead, some interesting choices here still.
The problem with Avatar of the Tides is that you don't get any more mana gem.
Yeah, and you need to get to 7 next turn here.
This was kind of a forced choice because the other one wasn't really good. You don't have any ways to keep anything in this matchup. And of course, that card without the play effect, the Griffin, is not as good as it is otherwise. But of course, now the Marshal can go and trade into the Decision Onlooker, is one less blocker. In one less attacker for next turn, and so yeah, the Vex might come down, but with this Quicksand, Wad should be able to start the stabilizing game.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any way for Trey to finish this game on this attack here, and Wad is gonna clap back very hard, starting with the Rocket Barrage. Clean kill.
Okay, Avenging Vastaya getting transformed into 4-cost unit. It's gonna be the Piltover, the Bilgewater 4/5. This is very good because even if Vex gets played, it still remains a fearsome blocker.
Yeah, Wad actually decides to play it safe here instead of greeding. Setting up the Nidalee transforms, just needs to survive and get the big game tycoon down to finish the game. And he does just play it very safe for now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the right play, right? Because Wad is getting pressured. Wad cannot get greedy because he is on match point. Trey, if Trey wins this game, it's the whole match getting won by Trey, and so Wad would go into loser bracket, and you don't want to go into loser bracket this fast.
Yeah. But even if you do, not all hope is lost. Decides to develop another fearsome blocker with the All-Terrain Trooper, just playing it as safe as possible here. Let's see. if he offers the trade with the Vex here.
Yeah, I think something is getting traded with the Vex, 100%. You want to get that Vex off the board as fast as you possibly can. You know your opponent only has 3 cards in hand. If you're WOD, you know that when Fearsome has got no more fuel, you can just start stabilizing, you can kinda chill. And
Yep.
so I think here we will see the all-terrain trooper probably being popped. Block the shadow. This
There
is
is-
interesting, okay.
The very important thing to consider while you go and stabilize is the harrowing though. You can either just keep your board and their board wide so that the harrowing doesn't get value. You can set up a deny, or you can just kill them. And WOD opting to go for keeping their board wide here.
Big game tycoon getting played. It's gonna be pivotal for WOD to win this game. Of course, we see on the other side there is the potential combination of Grim plus Mystic Shot that would shut in 2 actions the big game tycoon down.
Yeah, 2 actions is not enough though, because this Wingsgiving is staring down whatever it will transform. The all-terrain trooper also getting buffed before, and Trey just opts to remove the most promising Wingsgiving target. And on the other side of the bracket, we see AJ taking the 2-0 against Newman.
Newman, one of the strongest players yesterday, showing up and I believe finishing 5-1 today. But today, AJ taking the win and moving forward in the winner's bracket. Meanwhile, Newman will have to fight for his life in the loser's bracket.
And we do see an elusive here. That is a lot of damage, but actually just takes the blocker. Would that have been lethal, actually?
No, I think no, because it wouldn't have been enough. It would have been just 4 damage, I think. Because it's a 2-2.
The 2-2 had a +3 buff from the all-terrain trooper before, so it would have been at 10 attack. So we would have the 10 attack overwhelm plus the 10 attack elusive. Yeah, that would have been lethal.
What was he playing around then?
I don't think he calculated that.
But now still, unless we see an arrowing, the situation looks good for WOD. His spear is gonna be able to remove 1 more card. I wonder if we're gonna see the spear trying to remove the shadow. That would be the safest option.
You do still have the Pythos against that shadow, so I do think the Vex is just a plan here. You do also have the Halunatis against a potential harrowing still. If the opponent plays the harrowing, just play the Halunatis as a bush, transform, and you will have 5 blockers plus the quicksand, which should definitely be enough to win against the harrowing. So WOD just playing this safe now.
Vex is the target of the removal. Will we see Glimpse here? I think so. At this point, Trey is desperate and needs to search for more cards, for more options, for that arrowing.
Yeah, I actually don't think the Javelin Toss deals damage to the Nexus if you glimpse here.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have Overwhelm, so it does not deal damage to the Nexus.
Yeah, please buff Nidalee. Ooh,
Get patch notes when.
doesn't go for it because he would not have enough mana for harrowing next turn, which is his only out in his mind.
Okay, and so goes for the draw, just for the normal draw, doesn't get the arrowing, only gets a Stygian Onlooker. It's definitely not what you need in this situation with a big game tycoon that buffs everything that your opponent has, and this Alunatis just wins the game. And we see Shadox actually taking down Wire Rebellion in that all-Canadian first match. 2-0 swift win for Shadox.
Oh yeah, 2-0s all over the board, but not in this one, as it is looking like a win for Ward now. Let's see if he can break his attack record of 130, I think it was yesterday on stream.
Yeah, it was a 130 unit attacking, and let's see now, it should go into the 30s or 40s, depending on the unit that you choose. Might be actually the Aberrant Mage Seeker here to give everything Spirit.
Yeah, sadly that is a summon effect.
Oh yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. So it's just the Draklorn Inquisitor getting chosen. It's a 26-22. It's still not enough to break the record.
And Trey just fishing for his last cards here. Nocturne sadly a bit too late now. And Watt can just clean up those 1 HP units.
Yeah, Nocturne alone there is actually... Nocturne should be terrifying, but instead he is the one that gets terrified by the sides of the units on Wad's side.
Yeah, Trey's only win con here was getting some burn with more mystic shots, maybe a Nocturne and Nocturne spell. But it was not meant to be, and then literally is approaching the 40s as well now.
Yeah, look how big that needle is actually. Will we see the Wings Giving being actually played out? I hope Trey doesn't go for the... Oh no, okay, on the Alunatis, not on the Draklorn. Okay. It was the safest play.
Oh,
and just one off.
Ooh, that was close actually. If that Nocturne was on the board and a Nocturne in hand, that would have actually been game for Trey, but instead we move on to game 3 with Fearsomes against Jenna Nyla.
What do you think of that matchup? It should be kind of... Fearsomes kind of target Jenna Nyla, no? So it should be favored if Fearsomes start well and aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm always saying, a good Jenna Nyla player will beat anything, and I stand by that. I do think a good Jenna Nyla player is still pretty even into Fearsomes. But this Fearsomes list is definitely trying to target that Jenna Nyla. And if Ward doesn't maneuver the game perfectly, he can definitely fall apart. Let's see, with these opening hands, there is a Nyla, there are Miriams. What actually getting rid of the Nyla here?
Yeah, maybe just wants to find the Fearsome blockers, I think. Maybe trying to go for Fearsome blockers instead of Nyla, which is only a 2-unit attack, unless you level her up, and the level up... No, it takes quite a while, even though this deck is all around throwing. But instead, Trey has 2 Vexes in opening end, mulligans 1, mulligans almost everything, and has got a very good curve, actually. Trey's got a very good curve with Gloom, Butler, and the Sentinel.
Oh yeah, What? Oh, I love these passes from both players here. What recognizes Nyla just dies to Soul Harvest. Trey trying to bluff that Soul Harvest here. And now we actually start the game off in turn 3.
Which is actually kind of better for John and Nyla. No? The longer this game goes, the more mana you have access to, the more you can play your draw things, your draw cards, your draw spells, and get access to resources. But of course, in this kind of middle game, Trey is building up a very big board and you don't have the Rex yet.
Yeah, Jenna Nyla just needs to start that draw train now, basically. And Watt's hand is definitely a little bit on the slower side, but maybe a turn 6 Rex can make him come back here.
I wonder, this draw train needs to start. I don't think you want the Wizened Elfsman at this point, but instead it's gonna be one of the Rexes, the one that gets...
Yeah, and just some clean removal on the Vex here. Trey cashes in on the Glimpse. Buffs the Sentinel. And Nocturne. The key to the puzzle here. What thinking?
Basically soft pass. Yeah, basically soft pass for what? You're this Mariner. He has a fearsome blocker. He's gonna be played, and now both players trying to lure out their opponent's win condition before they play their own. Wad now has to decide if he wants to play the Rex now, instead decides to attack first.
Yeah, I think he just wants to tease out that last unit for the Rex to get some value here. Thinks that is his only chance here. But Trey does not take the bait. Let's see how Wad reacts to that.
Probably I would play the discounted unit, you know. Just you have the option to play the Rex next round as well. With like a lot of draw.
Yeah, would also let you play that Mystic Shots this turn. Jenna sounds just one turn too late here.
Yeah, but instead it's gonna be the Janna, the chosen card. Maybe hoping to get some removal discounted by the Janna. Of course, now Trey has the option to play the Nocturne, has the option to play another Glare.
Yeah, this
Maybe even
Nocturne
glaring the Janna.
Nocturne into the open attack does push 11 damage, of course. You won't really expect that going through. Actually though, with that Tellstones in hand, you can keep your 3-1 save from a Mystic Shot. Instead, tries to play it safe here. And probably wants Stitchen here into the Nocturne to disable all of Watt's fearsome blockers, of which there is a Marina in hand.
And also for what you have to think, like you didn't draw a lot this turn, and Trey wants to go for the lethal. Okay, this Mystic Shot face to me speaks like a lethal declaration, at least in intents.
Oh yes, we'll see if he saves the unit here with the Tellstones. Would still have enough for Nocturne and the Stitchen. Instead decides to play double Stitchen into Nocturne. And if Wad is gonna be forced to either Rex, play the Marina, or do both first, and then Trey will want to strike at the last action here.
Now let's see though, because okay.
Yeah,
Rex
that is
getting played.
just...
Yes, this is good because now you can wait to play the Mariner until the last possible moment.
Yeah, like, you only have 3 barrages here. If Trey plays another unit, your chances are that you're not gonna remove any. So just take that now. And now let's see how long he waits. Will he wait until Trey taps below 4 mana to play that Mariner? His lifeline here.
I mean, yeah, I believe so. There is no reason to play the Mariner before you have 1 fearsome blocker, you have 9 HPs, and you have to risk it. Like, you can't play around everything. Your opponent already shown you 1 mystic shot. And so the odds of getting blown out by burn are relatively lower.
Yeah, on the other side, Trey has the decision between glaring that 4/4 into using the Nocturne on it, or developing more Stygians, decides to go for the Stygian. There is 1 hollowed as well, and 5 plus 4 is lethal as well.
What passes? Okay, he smells the Nocturne.
And was crucial here. And now this Mariner can come through and save the day.
At the last possible moment, also after this attack, Nyla can be developed. This is massive.
Oh yes. Going into 7 mana, this... Why isn't Helmsman? He kept in hand. Decided to not updraft it. Might just be the key to win this game here as well.
Nocturne, though, cannot be traded down by anything right now. You just have to take in the damage. Nocturne, you can't afford to take 7, though, with the allowed proc. It's a little bit too much. You go down to 5, but you can develop the Nyla. Nyla will be able to attack. With the Helmsman, you might even be able to do more than you expected. And
Helmsman will get Slipstream and Howling Gale. Nothing else, but that is enough to level the Nyla and to remove a unit. But if you do not win this turn, there are 2 Harrowings staring you down in Trey's hand.
yeah, I don't know if Wad will be able to win this turn. Of course, it's a very difficult situation. You don't have that 1 true mana to play the Miriam. Miriam here would be so powerful just to refill your mana. So you can continue drawing, you can use this Slipstream and hope to draw some spells. But instead, it's just 1 spell mana waiting to be played with here.
Yeah, there's nothing that Watt can draw here that will help on this attack. And so...
I mean, more Mariners. There should be still 1. You can draw that, I guess. And you can immediately play it. Also, I'm thinking, what else can you find that you can play? A Mystic Shot, because Janna will discount it.
True, there is a Janna on the board.
So there are ways for Wad to deal more damage than the one that's being represented right now on the board. There are still ways for Wad to win potentially this turn. It would be incredible if it happens. There is a glare to go through. There is an unspeakable, or no, there is not an unspeakable horror anymore. That Nocturne actually coming in clutch as another blocker, and now you have to rip this Slipstream off and hope for the best, and the best is not coming, it seems like, even though Nyla levels up, but I wonder if this is gonna be enough. Maybe Slipstream draw next turn into some burn can do it, but right now it's not looking like this is enough.
4 damage will get at least the Mariam action if there is another Slipstream top decked here. There is not. It's just an aftershock, and this is a big harrowing.
Big arrowing. It's a game-winning arrowing if this Miriam doesn't draw a Slipstream. WAD on the lifeline of the Miriam. Is it gonna be a Slipstream? It is not gonna be a Slipstream. And so Trey wins in this first match and goes through in the winner's bracket. Meanwhile, WAD, the first qualified players in the Swiss yesterday, is gonna go down and will have to play for his life in the loser's bracket.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a game and a showcase just how powerful this Jen and Nyla target lineup is from Trey.
It looks like the fearsome gamble definitely paid off, at least against these Jan and Nyla lineups that you can target and win against. Of course, Trey maybe also helped by the fact that he won the mirror. I wonder how much this match changes if WAD instead wins the mirror with Wingsgiving and has to play Jan and Nyla against Wingsgiving. That might be an out, that we will never know what would have happened. But yeah, WAD is not eliminated though. We'll have to play in the loser's bracket. Still, he has a chance to make it to the grand final and force potentially a bracket reset.
Yeah, WAD is gonna take on Vi Rebellion, maybe even take out Vi Rebellion in the loser's bracket. And we do have Mana versus Robomaster waiting as our last game, and we will hop right in. Jen and Nyla versus Yi Nami.
Yeah, and how does the situation look on the board? I mean, the Yi Nami seems to have set up a very big board, very difficult to topple for even the Janna Nyla. We see Nyla leveled up on the board, Janna still not leveled up, I believe, even though we don't see the level up condition, but that looks like a level 1 Janna on the board. And now Nami targeted, potentially traded down, but there is too much protection.
Oh yes, it looks like Robo could assemble all pieces of this puzzle here. Nami, Shelly, Yi, draw, protection in hand.
Another Nami in hand, just to have 3 more spells, because why not? You have a second Nami.
Mana cannot win this turn on this attack, just tries to see how to best sequence this removal here. Rex gonna be able to come down as well this turn with I don't know how many draws, but probably at least 3 or 4. Master Yi levels. That's a sight.
Not something that you see every day, right? But his level up is so strong, is so powerful, especially when attacking, immediately getting rid of a unit. It's such a powerful effect.
Yeah, that definitely has to be the focus of Mana's removal here. Takes it slow first, but now the Nami spell actually can find more targets.
A Nami spell means that Shelly will proc another time, 100%. Robomaster will be able to even save Shelly if he wants to.
First,
the twin disciplines. And this Shelly will die, but it will take almost every single spell from Mana's end to get rid of this engine. And this kind of looks over, to be honest, because when Master E, Nami, Shelly, everything is on the board, you're just really wondering how can you beat this Exodia.
Yeah, not even a 6 raw barrage here can do it. At least we do snipe 2 units here. Of course, there is still that heal in Robo's hand that can save that Master Yi.
Yeah, and also Shelly will buff everybody. So even just the Shelly buff will be able to save the Master Yi.
Yeah,
I guess
sadly,
the Shelly buff is not. Okay. Is mismatched. Yeah.
ends at 1 out of 2.
At least you
And
got rid
now-
of 1 unit, right? At least you got rid of 1 unit.
We can get rid of 1 elusive, but there is still gonna be a second one. And now Mana, with this remaining slipstream, needs to draw into removal for that, but Robo just has so much protection in hand.
And we see the Shimon wind immediately ripped. And this is most likely gonna be the game, and so Robomaster advances through the winner's bracket, and Mana will join WAD in the loser's bracket over there.
Yeah, I wished we got to see the early turns of this game, because it seems like Robo has set up his combo to perfection, will end with 47 Nexus damage. Not the highest we've seen.
We have seen numbers in the hundreds, actually. Okay, so Mana won against Jace Lux. No, Mana won with Jace Lux. Robomaster won against Mana's Jace Lux, and then this last game with Nami E against Jana Nyla.
Yeah, and despite not catching the whole game this time, we will be looking at Robomaster in our next match against AJ the Pro.
So Robomaster won the Jace Lux Mirror. I wonder how that went, because Jace Lux Mirror sounds really complex to navigate through with all the removals they have at their disposal. But yeah, as you mentioned, Robomaster will be one of the 2 players that we will watch in the next round of the Top Cut, playing against AJ. And I believe after watching the game of WAD against Trey, and then looking a little bit into one of the 2 players that we will see in the next round, the Robomaster winning against Mana, we are going into a short break for everybody to take a little bit of rest, but stay with us, because in just a few minutes we'll be back with round 2 of this Top Cut.
You.
Hello and welcome back to the AGC Amateur Global Championship of Legends of Runeterra 2025. I'm still Zero and with me it's still Lawa.
Hello everybody, I'm so excited for this one here. We have Robomaster versus AJ, two titans of this game going head to head.
Yeah, we're gonna watch them battle it out in the upper semi-finals for the right to go into the upper finals and qualify immediately for the grand finals without any other, having to play through the lower bracket. And yeah, let's take a look at the bracket now, because it's been a really interesting first round. Of course, we have seen Mana win against Robomaster. It's not written in yet, but he's gonna be the one to go against AJ the Pro. Yeah, and we see in real time the bracket getting updated. Yeah, so in this round 2 we have Trey versus Shadox, Robomaster versus AJ the Pro in the upper bracket, playing in the upper bracket semifinals. Meanwhile, the first round of loser bracket is gonna be WAD versus Y Rebellion and Mana versus Newman. They are playing for their life, and we shall transition into watching the decks that Robomaster and AJ the Pro will play against each other. And we start off with Robomaster. The first one is Jace Luck. We have seen it yesterday. Extremely powerful, extremely consistent. One of the favorite decks being chosen to play in this tournament. Anything else to say, Lava?
Yeah, I mean, apparently he just won a mirror with that. I do hope it was powered because of the one-off repost in the deck, because I love that card choice. And yeah, it's a very solid deck. It's like combo, burn, mid-range, can just deal with anything.
And the second deck that Robomaster brings to the table is Morgana Udyr. I believe we have not watched a single Morgana Udyr game so far, on stream at least, since yesterday, because I don't remember them definitely, but it's a very solid deck, mid-range on the board, building towers, building stats.
Yeah, another classic for sure. Has gotten more and more popular after the sunsetting of new cards being added. Just a powerhouse. I really like the one-offs here as well. Aegis, shoutouts to Aegis, Trochant, Three Sisters, just stuff that the opponent has to play around and respect.
Yeah, meanwhile the third and final deck that Robomaster brings is the one that we have seen him win on last match against Mana, and it's Master Yi Nami. Master Yi Nami, this deck is fearsome even without the keyword, because of how powerful it is.
Man, I'm so glad this Nami has finally gotten a chance to sit in the spotlight after she's gotten reworked, to now requiring 5 spells being played with a Nami in play for her to level up. And as earlier as we know her, even before this change, elusives is the way to abuse this.
Yeah, always elusives is the Nami way. And looking though at Robomaster's opponent, AJ the Pro, one of the America's 3 players in this top cut. First deck that he chose is Nocturne Vex. Fearsome, we have seen it dominate this top cut.
Oh yes, there are 2 Nocturne Vexes in this top cut, and Trey just won his match with it. We will see how AJ can do with it. Yesterday he was piloting it very well.
Yeah, and we see the Quietus there as a removal, but instead the second deck that he brings is one of the strongest decks actually we've seen, is the Wingsgiving, 89% of win rate in day 1. That's insane.
Yeah, 89, a little bit too much, but 80.9 I can take. That's still, I mean, it's still not an acceptable win rate. 80% is crazy. And even today, like, we saw the mirror, and it was just so threatening, so powerful, just able to end the game from turn 5 onwards with all the combos that it has available.
Now, this one doesn't run the Deny main deck, but the third deck for AJ is the queen of the meta, the Nyla deck, Nyla Janna, Janna Nyla, with one Sunken Temple. Rounded out list, no one-offs other than the Temple. Very solid, very good. We don't see the Helmsman this time around, but we see everything else.
Oh yeah, just another classic, most represented deck in this tournament, and AJ definitely pilots it very well, as we saw yesterday, and I hope we can see that again today, as I think Robo is fine with leaving that Nyla Jenna open.
Yeah, I wonder, I would like for AJ not to ban the Udyr Morgana, because it's one of the decks we have not seen being played in this tournament so far. If I'm Robo, I'm looking at Fearsomes, I'm looking at Wingsgiving, and I'm definitely banning one of them. They are so powerful and threatening, especially the Wingsgiving, given the stats, but Fearsomes, you have seen it be very strong over the board. No.
Oh, sadly, we will still not see the Udyr today, as that ban comes out from AJ, while Robo does respect the Wingsgiving a lot. And we will see some very nice matchups here, starting with Jace Lux versus Fearsomes.
Yeah, what do you think of this matchup? I mean, Jace Lux should have the board go against the Fearsomes.
Yeah, Jace Lux has access to a lot of 3 attack units, especially with that assembly line summoning 2 3/3s. And AJ on the Fearsomes just has to make use of that Nocturne attack reduction at the right moment to try and push over. And there is also the option for AJ to just win with a Harrowing, because Jace Lux doesn't really have an answer to that except building up the board, and so Robo has to be very careful about removing AJ's board, has to keep units on the board even though he could remove them potentially, and this is a very tight line to walk here for both players.
Yeah, the one thing I'm thinking about is probably Shock Blast. With Shock Blast, you can control even an Arrowing, especially if you have a leveled up Jace on the board, you know. You can deal 6 damage basically to 2 units, so a Nocturne, maybe a Vex, maybe a Shadow. But yeah, definitely something interesting to take in mind. And now, Robomaster, 1 mana in the bag thanks to the Forge Chief. Now is to decide if playing the Mage Seeker is worth it, or just keeping mana for form up.
Oh yeah, Robo, that form up is going to be very important to deny AJ's removal for these Sentinels here. AJ has access to 3 Sentinels, a Glare, and dealing 3 damage. Maybe he can trigger them. All hinges on that here.
Ooh, and let it go through. 1 Decimate over Robomaster head as Decision Looker eats the board, and now probably if you're AJ, you just trade it. I would just trade Decision on Looker, to be fair. Forge Chief is very strong if you leave it on the board. Keeps giving mana over and over again. Gets very annoying, especially since the more mana Robomaster's deck have, the more difficult it will be for you.
Yeah, but AJ needs to remove a unit for his Sentinels, and that's why he decides to not trade here, so that this Glare target is still gonna be on the board, and that will allow him to trigger his Sentinels very easily here, even against Robo's protection.
Yeah, this is a kind of a game of cat and mice, right? Of cat and mice, because AJ wants Robomaster to use, or at least go under the protection mana. Meanwhile, Robo perfectly knows that if AJ has lined up 2 Sentinels on the board, he wants to activate them 100%, and so maybe we will see this Aftershock come out. And thankfully, back-to-back should be enough to protect everything on Robomaster's side, proc even the Mage Seeker, proc the Jace, proc kind of everything.
A very interesting choice from AJ here, starting with that deal 3. And that back-to-back, a lot of investment, but your units are safe for this turn. And shutting down that attack completely. We will see.
If I may, that Forge Shift now, you didn't remove it when you had the chance. Now that Forge Shift is gonna generate more and more mana.
Yeah,
attacking here for AJ, it looks implausible because you would give too much mana now. Forge Shift now, you can even play a second one potentially. This is getting very annoying.
Robo offers the trade here. Has removal in hand. Has protection. But has to consider all the removal AJ has access to. And there is a lot. There's Mystic Shots. Glimpse on his own unit is very powerful against protection from the enemy deck. Soul Harvest Aftershock.
Lawa, can you enlighten me on this interaction? If you play Jace and your opponent slams Grim onto it and you form up, at the end of the turn, does Jace die or not?
No, he will go down to a 0-1.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Gloom and temporary buffs. Definitely a very strange interaction, and now AJ cashes in on keeping that 2-1 alive. Robo has one answer for a Sentinel. Now, AJ's hand, it's small, but there's a lot of value in it.
Yeah, but also on the side of Robomaster, we see the Reggie getting played, potential assembly line being the choice, of course, generating more and more fearsome blockers here. Now Glare giving access AJ to more cards, looking in his deck for a Nocturne. It will be another Glare instead, which I think will be immediately played, to be fair, because I think it's very good here.
Yeah, AJ just wants to get use out of those Grims now. Could also just save that Glare, use it at the start of his turn, and see what Robo will do. Maybe that can bait Robo into playing a Grim target, though knowing Robo, he's definitely aware of that. And so that decides to glare here, and probably is gonna look at the open attack now. Oh my god, it's a third Grim.
Triple Grim. I think you know the Grimm fables. The Grimm brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the 3 Grimm brothers. AJ knows a lot of fables.
Yeah, 1 will come down now. 2 more in hand, but now the Jace is leveled. He is safe from at least 1, but might just take 2 depressions to his face.
Albus Ferrus will come down the boat that Jace needs. It's so
Yeah.
fun. It's like a mechanical boat, and Albus Ferrus is the captain. I always envisioned it like that, because it's funny. Like an airship, Hey, yeah, because, Piltovans and their airships. I mean, Albus Ferrus can definitely be an airship captain.
Who is Albus Ferrus actually in relation to Jace? Do you know the lore?
I think Ferros is the clan that Reggie is in, is one of the big clans of Bilgewater. Reggie is a guy of the Ferros clan, I believe, and so he's like the head of the clan, if I'm not mistaken. Albus should be the head of the clan. But yeah, in chat, please feel free to tell us, because we are not that much like, lore knowers.
Production desk is coming through quick. Apparently he's the financial sponsor of Jace, so that definitely makes sense lore-wise as well. Meanwhile, he is reduced to a 2-1 on the board. This enable that Soul Harvest.
Yeah, Soul Harvest now might be the choice for AJ. And actually, Robomaster, all in all, now threatening, saying basically to AJ, I dare you to block these Albus Ferrers because I have a form up.
Oh yeah, and that is a lot of damage. 5 damage already from his spell, and AJ just takes it here. Does have a lot of damage set up. Can get rid of the fearsome blocker here and push a lot of damage. Robo now has to consider saving this unit here.
I guess it's one of the only plays that Robo actually has, but the situation is very scary, because the board on the side of AJ is big. You don't have the tempo to play removals next turn. Aftershock takes one action, but will that be too little too late?
A Robo thinking about this open attack, deciding to save that unit. Will give him one fearsome blocker, of course. We've just played the form up on defense.
Just one of lethal.
So now the third Grim comes down. Oh my god, that is so much tempo. Developing a unit and removing one at the same time.
Yeah, there should be nothing that Robomaster can do here. This should be it, at least for game 1. Fearsomes showed its potential, and Robomaster surrenders to the Americas player, and it's game 1 to AJ the Pro.
Yeah, it was very grim for Robo, and so now he is on the back foot against that Janna Nyla. And if we saw anything yesterday, we saw it being piloted to perfection from AJ against Darkness, where he could just run them out of resources completely. But now here, against these matchups, AJ definitely has to change up his pace. Has Poolshark Miriam in hand, extremely great combo in this deck to enable those Marinos on turn 2 even.
Janna Nyla, of course, one of the best decks in the meta. And now facing off the Lux Jace. The Piltover Genius against another side of Piltover, basically, which is the more, I guess, arcane side of that city, with Janna being the old goddess. I know that. Ooh, sadly, that one card. I guess we need to use Miriam to avoid losing that important draw engine. So Miriam is gonna be the development choice for AJ, and another pass for Robomaster. So nothing too much, nothing too scary happening in the early turns. There is an aftershock that can answer the Nyla if Nyla gets played.
Yeah, the idea is Poolshark on 1, Miriam on 2, updraft the fleeting card. You have drawn 3 cards, and that will trigger Marinos and Lookouts, but none are in AJ's hand. Instead, it's very removal and value focused with double Jenna, but Jenna can basically pick your hand, and now that Nyla is answered by Robo's Aftershock.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem, right, for AJ, because you have not put any Slipstream in your deck, and you want to play Janna when there are Slipstreams available. Now, if you play Janna, Janna's gonna die, so Robomaster will just be able to pass.
Yeah,
Unless
perfectly played by Robomaster. Goes for the challenger on Jace here to threaten this Jenna. And AJ knows if he passes here, Robo will just pass back.
And this is the difficulty, right, of playing at this level. You know what your opponent is gonna do. You know perfectly what your opponent wants, but in this case, you just have to filter your own win condition. You just have to play that Janna to get the draw, even if you don't have the discounts available anymore. And now V-Crash, Nyla, but all of that will be met by this Shock Blast.
Yeah, very interesting and important, those AJ updrafts. He updrafted a Jenna instead of an Eye of the Storm. Thinks he has no time to play the second Jenna anymore and would just prefer to have her champion spell in hand instead. Very important decision here.
To be honest, I think he's right. Like, this game has been accelerated so much from the side of Robomaster. Both champions are in play, and you can only remove Jace.
Yeah, and Robo does have that crucial form up as protection here. AJ. Just attacking with that elusive, and then we will see for what removal option he decides. Both of them, Howling Gale and Divine Whirlwind, only dealing 3 damage here, sadly.
There is no way to buff it up, there is no way to buff its damage up. Divine Whirlwind will be played, so even 2 damage phase will be dealt by AJ, which needs to rush towards the 0 XP on 0 HP on Robomaster's Nexus, but this is not it. Lux is gonna level up, assembly line is played, there are gonna be more blockers, there are gonna be more units on the side of Robomaster, and you have to feel like with removal ready at hand, with the Lux beam ready to be shot at Aegis units. Like, the board is controlled. There is not much that the AJ can do anymore.
AJ really has to focus on removing those champions now. There's a lot of removal in hand though. Might just be possible.
We shall see if it is indeed possible or not. First Howling Gale getting played. It will get rid of the Jace, but the Lux is still there. Jace can be played again, potentially, and this first beam gonna pierce through that V-Crash and also deal 2 damage to the Nexus. And you can also afford to go face with those workers and deal more damage.
The important question is, can Nyla level up here? I think she's at 10 at least, so it should be possible on the open, which is very crucial.
No, doesn't look like that she gets the level up. Let's see if it's enough with the Eye of the Storm. Is it enough?
It is. Exactly.
But you have invested a lot into this Nyla. This Nyla has to pay off, or this is not going to be good.
I think her only payoff here is to threaten that Lux. That's all she needs to do. You just need to get rid of that Lux. But AJ also has 2 fleeting cards in hand, so I wonder if he will focus on removing her. But that form up just lets Robo block with one of the 3 ones.
And now it's time for choices on the side of AG. What do you remove? Do you remove the Relax? Do you remove the Jace? What do you do?
Do you play those fleeting units?
I mean, surely you play the Mariner and then need to decide what to do. You have a little bit more time to think.
Yeah, would have a 5 damage Howling Gale with that Marina. But after that, all cards in hand would be Mystic Shot and Divine Whirlwind. There is a Slipstream in the top 6 cards of your deck already, shuffled in by that Nyla attack. What does AJ do here?
Thinking about the removal. What is the removal gonna go on? Of course, not playing the V-Crush here is heartbreaking because you would put another Slipstream into the top cards of your deck, but this way you're not putting anything anywhere.
And what champion do you remove?
Yeah, honestly, I'm probably at this point more afraid of the Lux, just because she's already leveled up and she will pop up at any moment with another beam, and so Luxana leaves us for the moment.
Alright, we do have enough removal to deal with another unit here. But still no Slipstream.
Yeah, and that's an Albus Ferros being played, one of the 2 that we see, and that Shock Blast, that third Jace actually, will come in potentially clutch. Albus Ferros needs to be removed because that's too much damage threatened, but this leaves with AJ with no answers. Basically anything. AJ is on top deck. If AJ doesn't top deck a Slipstream, the game is almost 100% over.
We do know this Jenna Nyla for its top decks. Robo damaging his Jace would activate that Mystic Shot in AJ's hand. AJ actually not taking that trade despite facing that Shock Blast, intends to probably remove that Jace before this can be played, and still no Slipstream.
No Slipstream. Reggie has been drawn to give more value, to give more options to RoboMaster. And this seems like RoboMaster's game to lose, kind of. You can afford this Jace to die. You do not really care. You kill the Mariner. There are no answers for AJ. And I guess you even play the Reggie before the Albus to have more options. Yeah, you always do. Glorious Evolution would be kind of a funny outcome. I think you choose the Vanguard because it allows you to go for a lethal open attack potentially.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think actually it's lethal.
That is
exactly lethal if nothing is drawn.
And that's the Jenna that we updrafted earlier coming back to bite us. No Slipstreams for AJ, and Robo equalizes this series 1-1. We will have Master Yi Nami versus Jenna Nyla for the decider.
Europe is not gonna go down easily to America. The EMEA shard still fights on, and RoboMaster evens out the series and brings us to game 3. Would you expect to win? Because you said this Nami Master Yi was very strong against Ionia. Is it that strong also against Jananila or not?
It is such a new deck that I'm really not sure about its matchup, especially the Jananila. I think the Jananila versus Master Yi Nami matchup is extremely skill intensive and very close, because if Yi Nami just assembles its pieces and can protect them, it will just run away with the game.
I love watching all these skill intensive matchups because we are with the best players playing, so the skill is at the highest possible ceiling we can get.
A Robo did have the option Coral Creatures Twin Disciplines here to trade. Instead, he goes for his own engine, just as expected.
Yeah, you go for your own engine, you have protection, you even have You Have Been Warned, so you can trade off that sailor, that one drop.
Oh yeah, that lookout is looking quite dead here. AJ not really able to draw 3 cards on 3 mana.
You know what the sad thing is for AJ here? If you use Gotcha, you're actually doing a favor to the Yi deck, because Yi would activate, and so yeah, both players pass. Both players, agreeing to, let's go to next round, let's see what happens next. Miriam is played up drafting a card, and Slipstream is now drawn for AJ, while a little bit more units are drawn for Robomaster as well.
Oh, I love this from Robo, just saving all of the spells for that Shelly turn. And I'm very interested in how much he blocks here.
How much would you block here? Because I would try probably to not get my units killed, but you need to be aware that your opponent is dealing a lot of damage. So maybe you even block with Mastery. Maybe you block with Mastery one of the Miriams to avoid the damage, but instead, no, this is not the choice of Robomaster. Decides that he must stay healthy. He is gonna discount one more card, and now the Shelly is gonna get dropped.
Oh yeah, Robo played this so greedy to the max. Let's see if that pays off for him with that Shelly on the board now. AJ seems to threaten leveling that Nyla next turn.
Yeah, but we have You Have Been Warned. We can actually grab the Nyla with Mastery. We can grab the Nyla with E. We have spells. We can do that.
Robo just passes. Oh my god, I love it so much.
It's so funny. Oh man, it is actually really fun for me to watch. But yeah, You Have Been Warned is gonna get played. Okay, spells are gonna start pouring in, buffing everything thanks to this Shelly. You have to feel like Shelly's gonna start doing its job. Oh, directly. I really like it, honestly. Losing one unit though, but realistically, you're never losing it. Realistically, AJ is forced to block.
AJ did just have the option to pass here. But now...
Would you pass? Would you just take 8 damage and lose an Nyla? And then next turn you don't have any guarantee that you can win?
I would definitely pass here, because all you do here is just blocking their units. But Robo has gotten so many discounts off this Master Yi. It is just so risky. Like, Robo could even trigger Shelly twice here. Instead, just saves one unit, trades everything down, saves the 3/3 as well, And this was just a very nice exchange for RoboMaster.
Now the board has been built again for the side of AJ. AJ will, I believe, draw 5 cards this turn, 4 cards, something like that.
Ooh.
A very big amount. But there is no Nyla.
AJ needs to look for that burn win con now. Needs to end this game fast before that Shelly can run away with it. Robo does have a Notify and a Deny in hand though.
Yeah, I believe we just play Coral Creature, 1 more blocker, we generate 1 more 1 mana spell, which is a Jailbreak! And it's so very important for RoboMaster that he can get spells like Jailbreak that generate more blockers. If AJ does anything but attack now, the board will be full for RoboMaster.
Yeah, AJ just has to take this swing, but think about what he wants to use his mana for. Option between Eye of the Storm or the Divine Whirlwind.
Yeah, that's a very hard decision to make, but the decisions must be made at some point. Like, you cannot go on like this. Your opponent is starting to assemble the Megazord, the Exodia, and you will not be able to leave for much longer if everything stays like it is.
Yeah, AJ, instead of going for that... Oh, no, he does go for that full swing. Recognizes that this is probably his last chance to push damage.
The swing is ultimately taken. And I wonder what is going to happen now, because there is potential full mana to play both the Deny and the Notify. It will activate Shelly, it will deny. Actually, both Divine... it will deny the Divine Whirlwind. Only one can be played because there's not enough mana to play both.
Yeah, Robo even has the recall here for 2 mana.
Yeah, so even if the buff is played on the Mariner, it would not be enough, but instead AJ just presses OK, just says, I just want to push a little bit of damage, I'm gonna burn through the rest. And we shall see if that's true or not, but here comes first Divine Whirlwind, and the Deny is probably gonna come in to stop it.
That Deny is crucial, not just for saving the Shelly, but also for protecting Robo's HP. And now AJ needs to survive this next attack from Robo, and it's gonna be a big one.
It's gonna be a big one. This Barbelfish is also gonna come down, adding 1 more elusive to the party, 1 more elusive to put pressure on AJ Nexus HP. This game, the upper semifinals, whoever wins it goes on to the upper finals to qualify then for the grand finals. Whoever loses it goes down into the losers bracket, and we'll have to win an elimination match to stay in the game.
Robo's board is full, and he hits a Tellstone.
He hits it. He hits a Tellstone. Everything is in place for this massive swing. And I think chances are it's gonna be lethal, but who knows? Almost surely Mastery will level up.
Yeah, Robo doesn't actually have enough mana to play any of the important spells from this Tellstone. No Rally, no Shark, but it combined with the Twin, combined with a potential Notify, combined with a potential Recall, is gonna buff that whole board up.
If you're Robo, you can just press OK here, okay, and wait for your opponent to block, because you're threatening lethal either way. You don't need to commit anything. Yeah. This is basically it. Okay. Do you think Robo can afford to press okay? I think Robo needs to push. Robo kinda needs to push here.
Yeah, Robo is on 5 HP now. Could push 5 more damage, which is not enough though.
And so Robo decides to press OK. Robo will have more draw, will have the Shimon Wind, will have more discounts given out by Master E.
Now AJ is gonna rev up that draw engine, which is gonna run into that Nopify, ironically, on the Whirlwind. Oh, that Rex is dangerous. Oh!
Snipes! This is Rex is sniping everything. Sniping really everything. This Rex is a game changer potentially. I think we're gonna use Twin Disciplines to save the Shelly, but that's about it. Then we can start redeveloping Nami, redeveloping things. Yeah, we can do that, but it's not gonna be easy. It's still gonna be kinda difficult.
Yeah, now Robo is on the back foot.
Wait, I
We
think there is
also
an
need
option
to-
now. There may be an option to save everything. If we Nopify, Tellstones, we might be able to activate Shelly twice.
Sadly, you can't play anything from the Tellstones at fast speed here.
No, you can play the Trickster. You can. No, you cannot play the Trickster. Yeah, you cannot play the Trickster because you're not attacking. But yeah, then the
Goes for the recall instead.
Played.
Oh my god, saves all of his units.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking for AJ. He set up that magnificent Rex. Of course, now the Shelly can be removed by the Divine Whirlwind, but you're not getting through with your attack. Where are you? What can you play? No, you can only play 2 of your units. Even in the best case scenario, you can play the Mariner and then either the V-Crash or the 1-drop. It will not be enough.
Only need to deal 3 damage here from AJ.
Yeah, but 3 damage are not gonna come from the attack. Because nothing is getting through realistically. Octo Adventurer even potentially going for the HPs here, yeah. And it's getting more and more difficult for AJ to push the final amounts of damage.
Oh yeah. Robo just living on a knife's edge. Let's see how he decides to trade here.
Now this Shelly is most likely dead. But yeah, I believe Mastery is gonna block. The Octo is gonna block as well. And you might even throw the Shimon Wind under the bus, to be fair.
And on the other side of the bracket, we have Shadox taking on trade 2-1 and moving on into the upper finals. And this game is close to being decided as well.
Yeah, it's the final moments of this game, really the next few things happening.
Whirlwind goes on to the Shelly. But 3 HP for Robo. Is 3 HP too much? Now, open attack. It's just not enough.
Not enough with the open attack. Just slightly. Nami gets played but gives a chance for the Rex. But Rex naked with no draw behind it, what good is it? And now we can play the healing spell and go for this attack. This should be lethal. This should be... No, this is not lethal still.
It's not
This is one
lethal.
Oh wait, you kill... No, it's not lethal. Because even though Mastery attacks, Mastery kills one unit, but I don't think it's enough. Or is it?
3 HP for AJ here. Can block the bigger elusive and the Master Yi. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking for Robo Master. So close yet so far.
Will draw a fleeting card next turn. That's gonna get
Notify
notified.
though. Notify is goated here. And we see in the lower bracket, in the Apex Civil War, Newman getting out on top and eliminating mana from the tournament. Newman will go forward. And this rocket barrage is enough to remove everything.
These whirlwinds here. What is this one cost spell gonna be? Oh my god! The Ionian Tellstones!
No, there
gonna
is
be
no
able-
way.
It's gonna be able to give 2 units burial!
Yeah, it's barrier on both units. It's everything you need if you're Robo Master to take this game home. Because you know if Mastery can survive, Mastery is solo winning this game. No questions asked, then Stand United can be the choice. Giving both of your units the barrier keyword, avoiding the damage, and in open attack, that's 18 damage of open attack threatened. There is nothing left to do outside of a Mystic Shot.
No, I was a Master Yi main back in League of Legends, and I was so excited when Master Yi finally came to LOR, but he never got his chance to shine, and now Robo takes him into the upper finals!
Robo Master
Wow.
taking it and kicking AJ into the lowest bracket. And so we will have a Shadox against Robo Master into the upper bracket final. That's gonna be a match for the ages.
But first, we will be looking at a lower quarterfinals after this one. And we will be back soon. So yeah. Sadly,
What a game.
Sadly, we will say goodbye to Zero after this one, but don't worry, we will have a special guest coming on after this break.
Yeah, we'll have a very special guest after this break. See you guys and have fun while I'm not here. See you.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Welcome back, welcome back, people. Wow, oh my god, I just got sent straight into this, and I cannot replace Zero that easily. But yeah, Zero had to go, and I am now here. Day 2, Ace had to be here, and time to cast some banger AGC games with me. I think it's our first time casting LoL, right? But I think we're gonna have some fun times. Yeah, I wasn't here, so how crazy was that previous game that we just watched, right?
Oh man, that Hellstone into the barrier. What a crazy way to finish this game. But yeah, just as prophesized, you are here on the caster desk with me today, and I'm really looking forward to casting this until the finals.
Yeah, I
with
told
you.
too many people that I will be in the finals today, and I just couldn't let them down. Now it is on the other side, not gonna compete, but we can judge their plays. But yeah, Robo with some nice pulls. Yeah, I think the meta is like, that even, and players have like similar decks that RNG and playing the 2-year outs will prove to be very important in this final rounds.
Oh yeah. And now that we do have the expertise of an actual global championship player on the broadcast as well, I am looking forward to your insights into these decks.
We'll see if I'm a little bit biased towards the people that beat me and are still in the tournament. we can get and go on and see the bracket, see how that looks, see if there is anybody I faced. And there is Shawdogs against the Robomaster in the winners bracket semi-final, right? The winner goes to finals, the loser goes back to the losers final, and yeah, I think both of those players are like really strong. Shawdogs representing Canada, and Robo representing the Netherlands. Really, really strong matchup. Battle of the region, as they say. And we already have, sadly, 2 players departing us this round. White Rebellion. Oh, White Rebellion beat WOD, so WOD is out. Oh, wow, that saddens me a little bit.
No.
Already. And also White Rebellion beat me like round 1. Yes, the conflict of interest immediately. But yeah, what our first seed from the Swiss out already. It has to be heartbreaking. And on the other side, the APAC team kill, region kill, man out to Newman. So we're gonna have losers bracket round 2 of AJ against Riot Rebellion. That's another AM region kill, and Trey against Newman. That's EMEA against the last hope of APAC in Newman. Oh man, those are some exciting match. Let's see which one you're gonna watch. Which one looks more exciting to you, Lava?
I think we will be looking at Trey versus Newman. We already saw Trey once today, but let's hope we can see this cookery today.
Yeah, I mean, Udyr, meta deck, we've seen it a lot now. Trey had this crazy idea where he was like, what if I just add Lux and be even better into Janna Nyla? Honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Lava. He said to me, yo, this deck is good. And I just said, nah, man, you're crazy. This is not it. And I turned out to be a fool. This is definitely it. It even looks fun. It plays fun. And I honestly think people are just banning it because it just looks that scary.
Yeah, I mean, it has been definitely a pet deck of his ever since I've played with him in the Aegis League back at the start of this year. But we will go on to your favorite deck, Wingsgiving.
My favorite deck, Lava. Your favorite deck.
Yes.
Everybody's favorite deck. Yeah, that's what combines us, all the Giga Chats towards one card, the Wingsgiving. It just provides so much, a little bit of RNG aspect, but so much fun. Every game is unpredictable. Every game you're gonna see a unit that you don't usually see in the meta, and it's just so fun to play as.
Yeah, definitely the best performing deck so far in this tournament, and we will see if it can clutch another win.
I think it was 4 out of 5 players that brought Nidalee went on to top cut. So definitely a strong bring, right? So yeah, and the flavor of the tournament, I think. Also a deck that I personally didn't believe in until we started the tournament. But Fearsomes has been popping out, and I think a lot of the players that are currently top 8 and top 6 are on Fearsomes.
Yeah, I brought it to the last chance qualifier. Sadly, it did get beaten by Nami. But yeah, it has been terrorizing the ladder ever since. And definitely it's looking like a nice Janna Nyla counter.
Yeah, and on the other side, the last representative of the APAC region, Newman, starting off with the boogeyman of the meta, Janna Nyla. I personally didn't bring this deck because I didn't think I was that experienced on it, but I just think it's the best deck. And even those counter matchups that we see, like the Fearsomes, like the Lux Chases, like a good placed Rex can just swing those pretty easily.
Oh yeah, I'm so looking forward to seeing Newman pilot this one as I do think it's definitely the highest skill ceiling deck in the meta and can beat even its biggest counters.
Yeah, just draw yourself out of any matchup. And combining that, now this is what we came to see. You know, I had the similar idea where I brought Seraphine Bundle, but that was just not it. But Newman with this Seraphine SI, it just combines that Seraphine, you know, shenanigans with the control tools of SI to get you there, and especially just hitting the Jan and Island matchup with like Soul Harvest and Rocket Barrages and this and that. I feel like this is definitely a good, you know, meta-dependent pick, and I think Newman exactly hit the meta he wanted.
Yeah, and there's so many spells they don't even fit the screen, leaving a sputtering song spell out, as there are only one-off spells and units in here, not a single two-off.
Yeah, I think the only two-off is, I mean, of course, Seraphine and Temple as three-off and Ezreal as two-off, so expecting to see Seraphine every game, but yeah. And combining all of that, another PNZ deck, you know, the flavor of the lineup, triple PNZ. We have Karma set, triple Temple, just, you know, your good old Ionia control.
Oh yes, Temple plus no Pify. Who doesn't love seeing that come down on turn 5?
Yeah, I mean, it's the bane of many players' existence, and I assume Neiman has done that a lot of times this tournament, where the Temple plus protection is just really good, and Karma Set is like one of those decks when they slam Temple, they really can just keep surviving for so many turns, you know, the bounces, the damages, just everything. But take a look at the bigger picture here. Ooh, this is tough, Lava. This is tough. Like, just looking at the pictures, I like Trey's position more.
Oh yeah, Trey tried to target that Jananila, but is also pretty good into PNZ control-y stuff. Especially that Ionia, which has a hard time dealing with efficient, low-cost, well-statted units.
Yeah, I think... Well, now I don't know the matchup of Fearsomes again. I'm not very well experienced in that, but I definitely like the matchup of Nidalee today. I think Lux is probably an Udyr good into those stuff as well, especially because Lux is like copies 4, 5, and 6 of Udyr, you know. Basically, it's the same champion if you ask me, but instead of going tall, you get beams, so... Oh, bats!
Oh, we're gonna see...
Oh my god.
Yes, we're gonna see both of the spies, the SI Seraphine and the Lux. Yeah, we will see more of that later.
Yeah, fair. Okay, we can take a backseat on the Nidalee for like one best of 3, but if I see another ban, I'm out of here and Zero is coming back. Okay, if I see one more Nidalee ban, that's it, I'm out. But yeah, Lux Udyr, now that's what the people want to see, you know?
Yeah, and what would you... So in general, what's your philosophy picking first? Do you just pick the deck that you think is best into both enemy decks, or do you want to get your underdog out of the way?
My philosophy for everything in LoR in life is just the vibes and feelings, you know? If I'm feeling the deck and I want to play it first, like right now, if you know, I've brought something like the Lux Udyr, and it has been banned like a lot of times this tournament. Like I assume Trey's Lux has been. I'm just gonna pick it. I just want to play it. Like I've brought this spice and everybody's banning it. Just let me do it. Let me be free. And I think. Oh, he didn't do it. Well, different players, I guess, but. Jumping straight into it, Fearsomes against Jan and Isla, man. I don't think Fearsomes are that good into this matchup.
Yeah, it all just depends on the caliber of the Jan and Isla player, and some luck, of course, as always in card games. And Trey decides to get rid of his big units, only keeping one Sentinel.
Demacian Sentinel, as the OGs know it, you know, back in the day. And on the other side, Nyla on 2, and no answer for Nyla now. That's something Newman wants to see.
Yeah, back in the Aegis League in March, there was also Janna Nyla and Fearsomes in the meta. And even if Nyla does get removed with a Soul Harvest on turn 2, it always just felt favored for her still, because that's just such a big mana and tempo loss for the opponent. Instead, we will just see her delivering a slipstream straight into Newman's hand.
That might happen again, because I don't see an easy way to remove her on the open on 4, most likely. So, another slipstream, just, another one. So, those slipstream are like really, really, really important to just keep that train of drawing going. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, Newman, even removing that Sentinel on sides, did have the Nyla champ spell as backup, in case Trey had anything funny here. And now decides to go into the attack. Does have the Janna to put those fleeting cards back into the deck, and everything is gonna be good.
Nyla on 2, Janna on 4. Life is good for Newman.
Yeah, meanwhile, Trey has a lot of options, but all of them cost so much. Can play one per turn, maybe.
I mean, Trey can also, take the pass at first, trying to dare Newman, like say, hey, I know those fleeting cards, do something about them. That's like a really funny position to be at.
Pass. Definitely my favorite button in LoR.
Big blue button.
Maybe the time will pass for him. Nope, he will develop a 3-1.
Interesting development of a 3-1. Maybe wants to bank a little bit of mana. Not sure what are we banking for. We could still have played like Vex, then next turn maybe just start off with Mystic into another champion. But now it feels like we're going to take the slow approach and try to work for this.
It does enable the Mystic shot, which enables the Nightfall on the Nocturne. Of course, the Sentinel now also just does that, so Trey will go for it.
I feel like it will come down to this harrowing. If Trey manages to level the Nocturne, the harrowing become like 4 times stronger, right? Because then nothing can block for sure. But we'll see if Trey can attack with a Nocturne in this game.
Oh yeah, we do see that removal triggering the Sentinels. Newman does have a Whirlwind to answer though.
Yeah, Whirlwind, or can eye into block? That's also a possibility here. But that's also a triple Nyla hand, so that's kind of funny.
Yeah, that would make him be able to replay that 1-cost Nyla. That's currently a 0-cost spell.
That's why he decides to go for that. Oh, those Janna as well. So Newman just draw 2 Jannas, 3 Nylas. Yeah, good players. Good players always draw their champions.
Yeah, with this hand, he might even be able to flip that Nyla on the next attack token.
And there's the 1 mana Nyla. It'll come down.
She's at 11. Well. Only needs 1 more draw after that.
And we draw 3, right?
Oh,
we draw 2 at the start.
That is enough.
3. So just slipstream levels, and we also have like so much more units to play on the side of Nyla.
Oh yeah, this is exactly how I wanted that Janna Nyla to play into this Fearsomes. Just hitting all the champions, playing this out really well, and just going for a leveled Nyla attack on turn 6.
Yeah, and leveled Nyla attack and 5 mana to spare, so it's not like even if this Nyla dies, you just play a new one, which is a very good draws from Newman. Yeah,
Trey does try to remove her, The second one is gonna come down, and that's gonna be a lot of damage. But now, Newman has to be very careful of that harrowing.
The problem with the harrowing is only 2 units have died, and both of them has been sentinels so far. So when they come back, they're gonna be base stat sentinels, right? So only a 1-2 and a 3-3. And if this Burgonian sentinels dies here as well, like 3 of our units will just be sentinels that aren't activated. So it's not like the scariest of harrowings,
Yeah, the harrowing next turn is definitely not an issue yet. Can just swing with everything but that Jenna, which will also level on the next discounted card played.
And we planted 2 slipstreams, and we'll also draw 3 cards in the beginning of the round. Oh man, when Janna Nyla hits good hands, it's just feels so bad because I'm usually on the other side of that. But it must feel insane to play as well.
Oh yeah, I love Jenna Nyla. So much draw, so much hand fixing, so many decisions. Every game is winnable, even against this counter that we've seen do so well into it before. And Trey Trey's on the back foot, has to block those quick attacks, cannot block anything else because of the brash or elusive, and has to basically just survive now.
Mana? Oh, the Hellsman as well, the Elephant Man, so we can also get like more draw. You can Eye of the Storm, I think, was played. I don't think any damage spells have been played yet. At least I don't remember. But Eye of the Storm and the Slipstreams have been played, so if Newman feels like he can also just, draw 4 cards, but also 2 removal cards in hand, Slipstream in hand, it's going to be very hard for Trey to find a way to even threaten to Newman, let alone win the game.
Yeah, first Trey has to do something, and then Newman has all these answers in hand. Even if Newman plays his Slipstream, it will level the Jenna, and the 2 drawn cards are going to be discounted.
Yeah, Trey taking their time, really considering in case they miss something. You always want to take your time in moments like this, because the last thing you want is missing some kind of sneaky way to get there, but it's going to be hard to find something here.
Yeah, Nocturne, definitely your best bet. But 14 HP and so many cards in Newman's hand. It's just insurmountable.
Now we get to remove the Nyla. The Rocket Barrage. Sadly, no Mariners have been played. I mean, no Mariners on the board right now. So we don't get much value out of this. Maybe if we had another one and mana to play it, then we'll remove the whole board. But sadly, only one in the deck. So no.
One can dream, but dreaming is all that's left to do here.
Where there is Delulu, there is hope. So I don't know what exactly the hope is here for, but Trey can still play it out. Already maybe half of the brain power is already going to the second game, thinking about how that one will go. But it's nice to let your opponent play it out, see if they can play it out, correct, in case they make some kind of weird mistakes. But at this stage, it's hard to imagine that a player could make this big of a mistake as we can see on the board.
Yeah, that Nocturne is gonna be really nice. But sadly, just not enough. Even if Newman had no answers, only pushes 11 damage.
No, but he'll level, right? So it's 12 damage.
I already considered that.
Yeah, but also one hollowed, right?
Oh yeah, usually there's a really nice hollowed stack keyword on the screen from the production.
Yeah, you just have to remember that the production is testing you. You know, see if you remember that the on screen is only for the chatters, only for the viewers. You're telling me, Lava, you don't have a pen and pencil writing these things down?
Sadly. Oh, there it is.
God bless, God bless. But we see the Mystic Shot on the unit and 6 units on Newman's side, 6 HP on Trey's side, and he just presses the top right, bottom left button. And we're on to game 2. Newman, the last hope of APAC, still standing.
Oh yes, that was some real Jananila masterclass. Let's see that Sarah Queen now with the Shadow Isles.
Sarah Queen. Now this is Temple without Nopify, so it's more, you know, it's more fair, you know, it's legal, I would say, because Temple and Nopify feels illegal to me, but this feels very legal, so it's fine.
Yeah, and Trey does have 2 Pioneers in Lux Udia and 2 Aftershock in Nocturne Vex. So Temple might just not be running away with the game this time.
There is Seraphine in hand, and I've seen Seraphine create, you know, whatever it was, the right that resummons landmark destroyed, or even Nopify.
Oh, yeah.
So never count out Sarah Queen's ability to just bullshit away to win, you know.
Random bullshit go. And we will see Trey only kicking the heroine, keeping that Aftershock in hand.
Okay, double Demacian Sentinel with double Soul Harvest and Aftershock. But on the other side, we kicked away Seraphine, maybe anticipating that Trey would have had answers for that. Don't want to give them easy opportunities to activate those Sentinels, right? So it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a slower game, looking at these hands, eh?
Yeah, both players very reactive here. And Newman double Temple in hand now, so maybe that Temple is actually gonna run away with the game.
Yeah, especially because Trey's hand is like not that fast. I mean, we do see 2 Sentinels on the board, but one of them will maybe be removed here. Maybe Newman is considering something like Glimpse on the other Sentinel, and then you take 5 for no reason. But you take 4 like this anyway, so maybe it was okay.
Yeah, Newman just taking it slow can definitely take this 4 damage.
There we go, 2 Fearsomes attacking. Count that for our Nocturne. Might come in handy down the line. 4 damage. Not that much, but also not 0. And Newman with this Soul Harvest post-combat, I feel like it's more safe and ensures that you remove the thing. And you don't get punished by something like Glimpse, but the Glimpse was like +1 damage, so it's like, pick your poison, you know?
Yeah.
It comes down to, I think, the type of player you are. You know, me personally, I would have slammed that one immediately, maybe get punished, maybe not. But Newman has, you know, has the, what's it called, you know, when you, the discipline to not just throw out everything at your opponent. And that's how he's this far, you know, that's how he's almost at the top of the AGC.
So this Vex though now so hard to remove. If it wasn't for that Whirlwind in Newman's hand, could go for Aftershock plus Whirlwind and clear this whole board here.
Aftershock, the 1-2 Whirlwind, the Vex. Ooh, that's nice. That slows down so much. Yeah, Newman decided to, you know, keep 2 of those removal spells with Aftershock and Soul Harvest, but now it's coming to maybe bite them a little bit because we don't really have the hand to put pressure.
Trey also did Mulligan.
Slam Temple gets destroyed. Slam another Temple. Yeah, I think you
Temple.
said Trey runs 2 Aftershock and Newman runs 3 temples, right? So it's one more temple than Aftershock, so technically Newman has this, right?
It's just unfair, man. Oh, that is very important.
Oh my god. We just have to use this. We just need the draw, so I don't even hate this, honestly.
Yeah.
We just have to go for it. Oh man, the hand is breaking a little bit. This is the fearsome I imagined when I saw everybody bringing it, but we didn't get to see much of this part of the fearsome. Man, do you just hit another one as well? Do you double glimpse double
Always glare.
glare? Yeah, that's close. Alright, there's the Nocturne.
Okay. It's kind of worth it.
I think we attacked 3 times. I mean, with 3 fearsome units, so with Nocturne counting himself, we only need 1 more to level him.
And we do have that harrowing in hand. Let me check the Seraphine list actually if there's any good AoE answers to a harrowing. There's 1 Whale, 1 Rocket Barrage, Withering Mist would be nice, 1 Caustic Rift can come in handy.
Reggie can
Other than
find maybe.
that... Oh, and he levels solo. Very important here.
Okay. Ooh, giving Deathless to Seragui, now that's a way to generate spells, I guess. Alright, that's one.
Yeah.
Oh, Karma spell, that generates the knife when we need it.
Trey considering. Does he actually want to kill that Seraphine?
The fact that it does have Deathless, maybe not the best play, but we do have to start removing some of this stuff.
Yeah, I think the Soul Harvest on the 3-2 here is definitely a good start.
Right, also that's some 2 decently sized units on the board.
Yeah, now Newman has to somehow deal with them without running into this harrowing.
Ooh, okay, just deals 1 more damage. Yeah, preps him for more pings,
And is gonna level the Seraphine 1 quicker here. I mean, if that was the case, I would have also just liked to see that Unspeakable Horror and a 0 cost Thermal Beam.
Oof, that's some good draws from the temple. You get heals, you get Reggie maybe finding a Ruination to counter that harrowing. That works as well. -2 attack on every unit is going to be really strong. And meanwhile, Trace finally hitting those good value units where you draw more units. So now it looks like we have a game on our hands, but I think that Newman slowed down Trey enough that this temple does just feel like a win con. Just solo scale at this point.
It all depends on what this temple gives us on the attack next turn. Because we are not running Ionia, we are not running all of the usual Ionia recalls and stuns. We do just have all of the Shadow Isles removed instead.
Yeah, keeping the board very thin. And meanwhile, Seraphine doing Seraphine stuff.
Yeah, Newman has to soften up those units now. With all of those slow spells.
It's going to be a real tough decision of whether you actually kill the units or wait for them to commit an attack or something. Because killing them before attack, as you mentioned a few times, that harrowing. Ooh, that harrowing.
Oh, Whale plus Vengeance trade.
Ooh, I'd Rocket Barrage.
At this harrowing and pulls the trigger. Okay, let's see how big this is. It does have the Mystic Shot as well.
Okay, so when does Seraphine level? Is she 8 out of 9? Will this Rocket Barrage just level her?
You know what? Trey can?
Ooh.
Ooh.
I hit the note, Lava. Yeah. Yeah, and that means
late,
our
sorry.
Caustic Rift will double with Seraphine, right? So that's just more value and more board wipes. Oh man, Seraphine leveling is such a huge deal here.
Yeah, you have the option of Mystic Shotting your own unit here to buff a
Track.
Sentinel. Still the option on the smaller Sentinel here against that Caustic Rift, but Caustic Rift plus Whale is gonna deal 3 damage to everything here. And would you look at that? All the units are 3 HP.
Terra Queen never fails.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what looked like a game-ending harrowing now just heals us for 3. That's how Seraphine works sometimes.
Yeah. Trey just has to, first of all, survive the next turn, hope that Newman doesn't draw into that pursuit of perfection again, and then find the second harrowing. Yeah, just checking with that Mystic Shot, sadly doesn't save the bigger Sentinel.
Yeah, maybe as you mentioned, that was the plan if we only saw like 1 board wipe, but just 2 were just too much for Trey to deal with. But yeah, as you said, maybe playing for that second harrowing. It's not over till it's over.
Oh, especially with that predict here. Sputtering Song Spinner option, developing a lifesteal unit. And there she is.
Song Spinner though.
Oh, that form up here, so important. Oh, it doesn't take it. Yeah, would just get shuffled into the deck anyways.
Some more temples, doubles a time trick, Pursuit of Perfection, but sadly it's 4 mana, so sadly we don't have it there. Wait, unless we hit like Miriam into that. No, but that was still 3, sadly. Close. But some more units is never bad. Maybe we can. This harrowing will summon double Nocturne, right? Ooh, that's spooky. We also do heal for like max HP, so.
Do wonder if Trey plays this Vex before the harrowing here. I do think that would increase the next attack by just a little bit. So now just waiting until Newman attacks.
The classic Seraphine attack, pushing 1 damage, game winning.
Even leveled. Just have the pressure.
Alright, there's the Vex.
Yeah.
Let's see if it gets removed instantly. With all we can remove it.
Yeah,
It's
would just get
3 mana.
Would just get added back to that harrowing and Stray. One final push.
Again, the draws from Temple decide so much here. I mean, there's Ezreal. If Ezreal is leveled, I can see Seraphine just 20-0 them.
One final push to continue.
Oh man, now it comes to a point where we see how Newman is experienced with this Seraphine deck, because I feel like there's so many different lines to take here. It's just hard to deal with. That's
a lot of damage and a lot of option. You could even go for an Ezreal kill here, possibly. And Newman just has to consider all of those options now.
Maybe it is like, I mean, if Ezreal is leveled, of course. I'm not sure if he is or isn't yet. They don't really pay attention on how many targets we hit. But it looks like we're queuing up the kill a unit spell here. No, it's drain 5, right? So we go back to 20. Trying to get as much as HP as possible, and then see if we can get we can survive with all of this removal we have.
Yeah, the Seraphine
So?
spell, I think it's gonna get doubled as well here.
Oh, that's huge as well. Maybe you want to hit those. Oh, wait, still deciding. I do have to worry about the timer of the round. All right, there we go. There we go.
All right.
Okay, so we decided to kill both. Yeah, I'm killing both Vexes, not killing the Nocturnes yet. I wonder if Trey just develops here.
Does have the Mystic Shot?
This is just
Mystic
20.
Shot is 2 damage, anyways.
Yep, 2 damage is enough here, right?
Okay. But Newman does have to find something here. Currently,
Yeah, has a lot of tries. You know, has the draw, has the randomly created card Encore from PNZ. Then you also have the randomly created cards from Ionia if needed. But yeah, you still need to hit it. And also, don't you get the third Nami spell here if you heal? So there is also an opportunity to hit that.
And then hits the 1 in 5.
Double draws as well here. Ah, there's the Mystic.
And there's a Mystic Shot. And that should be enough.
Yeah, also doubled. So even if... Oh, wait, killing your own, is that enough? That's only plus 3 damage. Plus 2 damage only, so it's not enough. Goes to 16. So it's the same as hitting Mystic Face, I guess.
Oh man. That was such a close game. Double harrowing. But Temple. So much value.
You know, the terrors of the Shadow Isles against a singer from Zon who wins. It's always a singer from Zon. And yeah. I mean, we don't get a lot of cards this turn, but I feel like eventually Newman will just play the cat or will just play that Ezreal and we'll just end the game next turn.
Yeah, this is basically just a formality now. Back to 10 HP. No more harrowings left for Trey. And he is staring elimination in the eyes.
Yeah, a lot of these EU players dropping like flies lately. I think it's if Trey loses this, which is very likely, of course, I think RoboMaster will be the last hope of EU to get there, while Newman as the last hope of APAC is still remaining, and we'll have the top 4 with 2 AM, 1 EU, and 1 EM. I mean, 1 APAC, 1 EMEA, and 2 AM. So look at that, the Americans stepping up, eh?
Crazy. Alright, we do have Ezreal and a lot of spells.
Oh yeah, this is just gonna be a show. Sit back, guys, enjoy the Ezreal show. We are about to see some fireworks. Some pew 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 pew.
Not if he gets depression, though.
I think he kills before that, right?
Oh, let's see. I'm so down for a burst kill here.
Alright, gotta do it. I mean, doubles everything. There is 2 targets on the next one. That's 4 damage. Oh, hits the Nexus. That's 6 damage now, actually. Oh, just presses the pass. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Missed goal. Oh, wait, this got a missed goal. Oh, okay. We just get an elusive unit. That's too funny.
What is that card? I've never seen this card in my life.
Oh, yeah, that's a 4-mana 2/4 that says if you've played a 6-cost spell this game, give me +2 attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. Now I know why nobody plays it.
It's imagined as a Jace spell, but a 4/4 elusive for Jace. I don't know how that's. Oh, thank you, production for the for the hallowed count. Yep. That's gonna really be helpful here.
With that hollow, surely we have it, right? Right.
Actually, we're still alive with this Mystic Shot, right?
Yeah.
Now we just somehow need to go back to deck submission and add a third harrowing here for Trey, and maybe they have it.
A man can dream.
And another Mystic Shot. Okay, Trey is given the opportunity
It is
to take himself out, but
no.
he surrenders in the end. Heartbreaking for Trey. Ah, man, one of my favorite players, really did have a lot of spice, a lot of cooks coming into this tournament, and I think it paid out. I think this is a very good performance. Getting to top 8, getting through past round 1, through and past round 1, okay. But yeah, this is where their journey ends. Sad to see it, but on the other side, Newman holding the last torch for APAC is still standing.
Yeah, Trey did end up getting sixth place and will earn a nice $125. But Newman will move on into the top 4 and try to battle for that first place and $800.
Yeah, his dream is still alive. So yeah, I think we're gonna check if we do have the other game. But oh yeah, we do. Oh, let's go production one step ahead as always, and we have the other elimination match on the lower bracket. AJ the Pro against Y Rebellion, a matchup of the Americas, the region kill, and it looks like there has been some things happening because why are we low on cards?
Oh yeah, we are at round 7 of Victor Lee Sin, I think.
Oh yeah, the Y Rebellion special.
Yeah, his signature deck. Pulled it out in the AGC as well. But it is looking to be on the back foot at high HPs though. AJ, a lot of value in hand.
Yeah, it's weird to see the fearsome deck have more value than PNZ Ionia, but it is the case right now. I don't think Y Rebellion has enough mana to even go for Poggers Day right here. So it's going to be an awkward turn. Maybe we're just going to take the damage with this Dragon Link.
Yeah, 19 HP. And then we will have to try and draw ourselves out of this card deficit. A question mark?
Alright, there we go. Nocturne with 3 out of 5 attacks, and Victor with 2 out of 7 created cards. So that means there was, a number of created cards being played, but no Victor. Hallowed, yeah, I do like that. Hallowed is still a question mark. There could have been something created, and a lot of fearsomes played in the early game from AJ. So yeah, Hallowed unknown so far, even though we did see an attack and it didn't buff. So, but yeah, unknown Hallowed. We'll leave it to the imagination of the viewers.
What could it be? Maybe it's one Hallowed. I'll bet on one.
Y Rebellion can go for Aftershock here, but I feel like maybe this Telstones wants to go into Poggers Day because this hand is just not giving.
Yeah. AJ can maybe even threaten lethal next turn against 19 HP though.
Yeah, always a chance, especially because the Nocturne can come down. And Shadow, I think it was Shadow, right? The Vex boat. So
yeah, depends on how much gloom has been going on so far. Probably less than 3, judging by that Vex level up.
Ooh, second Nocturne as well. Can be used as a reach, the 1 damage burn. Can always find some value.
Yeah, that is lethal with the Nocturne.
Good draw from Y Rebellion though, giving him some outs with the Clock Link.
Yeah, that twin discipline also being able to just make any unit a fearsome blocker as long as its attack hasn't been reduced below 0, which is very close with that Nocturne here, but not yet.
Anything above 0 is still good. Let's see this clockling. This clockling needs to overtime work here. I don't even know if we can pull something good enough to win. So we're gonna see
My
how it is.
Rebellion is thinking if the Poggo stay
Maybe a
is
paw?
better.
Oh no, he just wants to kill the Grim. I guess remove save here some attacker, right?
Okay. Sacrifices that card draw.
So how much damage is this? 5, and 0 hallowed. Ooh. You go twin and just go double twin on your. Wait. Lava, is it double twin your clockling Mystic Shot win?
Ooh. That's an
minute.
interesting line, actually.
Oh, wait a minute. Unless, of course, we see Aftershock this round on the elusive, then we are not going to see any of those. But if AJ is not being careful, and Y Rebellion picks the twin for one last Hail Mary play, it might get some freaky attacks there. Those Dragon guys, the whole game has been paying off.
Y Rebellion has played Victorless in so much. Just definitely
Besides from the
knows.
past.
Okay. That will extend the game for sure. But maybe it's not even enough to survive the next one, because this one you survived, this one is fine. But the next one will be the problem.
AJ deciding if he wants to do more stuff before attacking. This ensures that the clockling dies to the Vex attack. Well, you know, the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, production giving us that Hallow is still unknown, but when you think about it, what is really hallowed, you know, it's a figment of our imagination at the end of the day, so it can be anything we want it to be. Ooh, I like this. Oh, this is going for a Hail Mary play. Okay, we just find the other twin, the second twin next turn, and we just win.
Yeah, there is
And also
one.
our opponent doesn't find Mystic Shot.
One drain.
Left anymore.
One drain in Aegis' hand as well. And it seems to be one hollowed.
No, that wasn't that a buff from Vex that she gave.
No, it was hollowed and.
Was it? Hey, no way it was hollow. Holy, we were on hollow. Wait, Mystic Shot? Wait, hold on. Double Mystic Twin Face. Count that up, Lava. How much is that?
And the
Wait a minute. Notify here. Win is 5. Oh no, the heal one.
Mm-hmm.
The drain.
Oh my god.
We can also go for draw here if we feel like. Alright, hit it. Alright, top deck of third Mystic Shot wins the game here for Y Rebellion. I don't even know if they played a Mystic Shot before. So maybe they don't even have the third one available. But oh my god. Oh wait! No mana! We're 1 mana short! Oh my god, we're 1 mana short from Y Rebellion!
Can still do it on AJ's attack, but we do need to find.
Damn, 1 mana! Oh, disgusting. It would have been insane if AJ just got like Doom Beast there or something.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Rebellion.
I think they're still out. Probably the third Mystic. Maybe still an out. One Hollow.
Looking at the list,
AJ.
there doesn't seem to be any other region why Rebellion's like just 3 Mystic shots.
Alright, one time for the one time, the third Mystic shot out of I am not sure how many cards in the deck. And I'm not sure if he even played a Mystic shot in the early game. So we're not even sure if there is an out, but you gotta trust the heart of the cards. And Warrior Rebellion isn't surrendering yet, so maybe there is a chance. Also, if we just double Mystic shot this, but we also don't have features on blocker. Alright, 4.17% chance of Mystic shot.
If there
I
is
think
one.
isn't that wrong? Because it's 50-50. He either draws it or not. Alright, they draw it.
Oh, no Mystic shots.
Not draw it. Yeah, our dreams collapsed. Oh my god! And AJ is even giving us an action in case we had like some kind of draw or something. Another clock link.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure.
1 HP. Oh, White Rebellion was so close. Oh man, that hurt me. I can't even imagine how it feels for White Rebellion.
Yeah, White Rebellion out in the top 6 as well. And AJ, the pro, will move on to the top 4 and face Newman in the lower semifinals. Sadly, we will have to say goodbye to White Rebellion, but well played from him.
Yeah, White Rebellion beat me in round 1 of Swiss. So even though he did, made my score a lot worse, I think his decks were really funny, really fun to look at. And his signature deck, the Victor Lee, got him pretty far. Top 6 is nothing to scoff at. I think it's like a really, really strong performance, and he should be proud of this. But AJ still, the dream is alive. Shows why he has pro in the name and manages to get to the top 4 while he'll be facing Newman in another elimination match.
Yeah. Very exciting top 4 here. We do have Shadox versus Robomaster coming up in the upper finals after this break.
Yeah. William. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're coming to the end of, towards the finish. It's not the end yet. We still have winners finals, losers finals, grand finals, and bracket reset finals. So the point is, we are into the finals, So let's look at the bracket and see how many finals exactly do we have. I want you to count us. Let's count them, Lava. So we have, this counts as semi-final, but this is not a semi-final. This is actually a winners bracket finals, and AJ and Newman are playing losers bracket semi-finals. So after AJ and Newman end, we are only left with finals, but
It's all finals.
Finals is the name of the game, and in the finals, America against EU.
Maybe we can get 5 more. 5 more finals, let's go.
5 more finals? Every game is a final. Technically, every game is a final, right? Because it's do or die for like a lot of this. So, yeah, okay. Shodox against RoboMaster and AJ the Pro against Newman, Newman, the last hope of Apex, still holding it down, fighting through the lower bracket. AJ, second player from America, still with the dream of making it to the finals. And on the top, RoboMaster, the last of the EMEA players, and Shoddy, one of the America's players. So far, a lot of Americans in top 4. I don't like it. I'm gonna be biased here, Lava. I want Robo to win this final, so at least we can see an EMEA finalist. A little bit biased, but it is what it is.
I am perfectly unbiased. Let's see what Shanox and Robo have brought here. Robo, we already saw on the Jace Looks a classic.
Yeah, Jace Lux. I'm gonna quote Robo himself here. He said he's never losing Jace Lux mirror ever. So if there is a Jace Lux mirror, he should always count that as a win. His words, not mine. But yeah, one of those little bit of spicy, one-offs here and there with the Tellstones, with the repost. And I think it was like some other spicy card, but I think that's it, right? Yeah, 1 Tellstones, 1 repost, a little bit of funky stuff going on there, and 1 Forge of Tomorrow.
Yeah, I really want to see that repost coming in. But now let's take a look at the second deck. Morgana Udyr, another classic, another suit of nice one-offs.
No Lux like we saw in Trey, but just Lux had to be used with Jace, so we're just gonna see our good old Udyr Morgana, which is just as strong. It comes down to flavor, maybe even stronger. The ability of Morgana to use those curses and use that lifesteal, and sneak in some games with that level too. So, and also we are in Aegis, right? So you gotta run 1 gold in Aegis. It's the flavor,
Required.
And let's see how RoboMaster managed to finish up this lineup. And of course, the match with, the deck we've seen a couple of times from him already on stream. It's the Master Yi Nami. Oh man, imagine if you told me 2-3 weeks ago that Master Yi is going to be one of the top meta decks in the tournament. Wild.
Yeah, I love this deck, and I love how Robo pilots this. Just so greedy, setting up the whole combo and then popping off.
Yeah. I did play RoboMaster in the Swiss. I did lose to him on Jace Lux mirror, as he said, and to this Nami deck as well. So I've definitely seen what Robo can do firsthand, and it's scary. But let's see if it's scary to the America's representative, Shodox. Shodox is, again, man, one of those players that's been around for a while, but he's just been so good for so long. He has like a lot of, I think he has multiple Aegis Champions League titles, or maybe just the last one. I'm not sure. I'm not really the stats guy, but he definitely has 1 title, which says enough. And the lineup, I feel like it's strong. I feel like it's one of the strongest lineup in the game, because it just fits the meta so hard. And one of those decks, Trundle, Volibear, Ramp. Are you a fan of Ramp, Lava?
I don't like playing Ramp. I don't like playing against Ramp. It's whatever. It's Ramp. It plays cards. It plays ramps. It plays big cards. Yeah, it wins.
Hey, it did lose to Fearsomes back in the day, so we'll see how that works out. The second deck of Shodox, as you said, one of your favorites, Nami G. I do see some differences in list. I think I see 2 Double Trouble. I'm not sure if any of the units are different as well.
Yeah, it does look just very standard. Let me actually compare it. There is one more Octo Adventurer in Robo's deck, and there is one more Sonic Wave and one more Double Trouble in Shadox's.
So Robo trying to hit more of those tempo matchups, I guess, and Shadow just focusing on those. On that,
And one less coral creatures as well in Shadox's.
Oh yeah, only 2 coral creatures. Ooh, that's interesting. So yeah, Shadow's going more all in on that spell weaving, right? But yeah, and ending up the lineup. Oh, something similar here. An Udyr deck as well, but instead of Morgana going for the Galio. And yeah, this is one of those decks where you combine the Galio and the Udyr to make the ultimate Demacia deck in the rotation right now. So it's pretty strong, but me personally, I'm more of a fan of Morgana instead of the Galio.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely just a meta call, and I think both are on like anti-meta lineups. Like, nobody is playing Jen and Nyla, nobody is playing PNC Ionia. I do think they tried to target those lineups, and now we will see who will come out on top.
Not only
against each
they
other.
tried, they also succeeded, right? Because both of the upper bracket finalists are both on a somewhat of a counter Janna Nyla counter lineup, you know. So they seem to be reading. No. They read the meta correctly, and it paid off big time. Like, oh, are we just gonna see double Udyr ban? Oh, double Udyr ban. Okay, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
I really want to see. I want to see more Nami.
Nami G. Holy.
Big G. All right, let's go. We are in.
Oh, so the players are just jumping right in. I think they did had a break, right? Because they were in the upper bracket finals. They had a break of 1 round. So maybe the players are just ready to get in, got their power naps in, got some food in their bellies, and just ready to get this upper bracket finals started. And
Yeah,
I'm already seeing good stuff from RoboMaster, huh?
We have received some very important info from the production. Shadox has been playing in a parking lot on mobile until now.
Wait, until now?
Yeah,
So
not anymore.
On the PC?
Maybe it's a buff, maybe it's a debuff. We will see.
Oh, is this the final form of Shadox, or he will just not be in his zone right now? And also, RoboMaster just ate lasagna. I don't know if that changes anything, but is the G in lasagna silent?
Lasagna? I think so, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I think it is silent as lasagna. Yeah, well, focusing on the game, I feel like G and Nami have been silent this game because I don't see them in Shadox's hand right now.
Yeah, there is one.
Oh, there's Nami.
Oh.
Speaking of the thing. Also, wait. Is Robo just gonna aggro Shadox down? Because if we just use back-to-back here, this is so much damage.
Oh my god. People are saying that Jace Lux is a burn deck, and it can definitely be if you have such an aggressive start against a combo deck that didn't draw its combo early. Let's see if Shadox can survive and set up.
This is +1, +1, and +6, +8 damage. So 9 + 8, 17 damage. Holy, wait, that's lethal with the shock blast. Oh, that's funny. I mean, we're probably going to see some answers in the form of heal or deny, but this is going to be hilarious if RoboMaster decides to go for it.
Yeah, it's on a knife's edge, and he does go for it, actually.
Man. Turn 5 open attack. Back-to-back. That's crazy.
Now Shadox has to survive this onslaught here.
Yeah, only 3 mana left, courtesy of that Forge of Tomorrow, a landmark from Robo. So we're still in the danger here for lava with stuff like single combats or aftershocks. So can be just playing recklessly, but at this point you might just have to start. And yeah, we see Shelly. Shelly needs to carry this so hard. Oh, and yeah, would you look at that? I kind of called that. We do have Nopify though. We do have Nopify. We have Twin. I mean, Twin doesn't save it. Okay, so we have to Nopify if we want to save this, and Nopify comes down.
Yeah, other option would
Oh, that Shock Blast is looking mega juicy right now.
have been the recall. Could have resummed the Nami. But the Nopify is the card of choice here. Let's see if Shadox will regret that.
We're most likely going to see the Nami here, but yeah, if Rollmaster just sends this Shock Blast phase, I think he's... I remember Shadow's lineup from when I played him in round 1. I mean, no, it was round 3, I think, that I played Shadow's. I already didn't play Shadow, but I think he's only on 1 deny. So if this deny, yeah, has to be played, not to lose the game. And now he's no longer on any denies. So another find of burn here could be game over for Robomaster.
Yeah, also just developing here, still so many units on the board, so much pressure, drawing even more, but decides to go for the open attack with that Riposte in hand and
Is that lethal? Is that it?
Yeah. Shadox has no recall in hand.
Oh, wow, that's it. Oh, well, I didn't expect that. Wait, he can draw? Maybe... but there's nothing to play. Oh, man. Well, that was, yeah. Aggro, am I right?
This is how you beat combo with Chase Looks that has so many avenues of play. This time just going for the all-out aggression and Robo takes game 1.
Well, that was fast. All right. Well, as you said, shows how many different ways the Lux Jace can actually win a game, you know. It can burn, it can aggro, it can control, it can, I don't know, tempo. Tempo is the buzzword we all use. It can tempo. It's just really, really strong. And we didn't even see a champion. We just saw some good units. We saw some back-to-back and just so much pressure. But now it's up to the Robo Master to win a game with Nami. 2 chances to do that. And first one, he's playing against the ramp deck. Ooh, now Lawa, as the Nami specialist among the 2 of us, is this a good matchup for Shadox?
Oh, it really just depends on what protection Robo draws here. Shadox does have very efficient removal, but also very high-costed removal. And it really just depends on if Robo can keep his engine safe.
Yeah, and in the early game like this, Shadox is put up with a tough decision of either you kill the G, which, you know, just gives Robo so much value, or you just pass into ramp, which you just get value. So it's kind of putting Shadox in a little bit of a pickle where it's pick your choice. You either, accelerate the game for both players, or you slow down the game for both players. And Shadox is saying, we are going fast, which means Shadox is ramping, and Robomaster is technically also ramping, because, you know, G lowering the mana of spells is same as you gaining spell mana. You know, it's like... It's comparable. It's just, you know, a little bit stronger when you ramp, because it allows you to use big units.
Yeah, Robo has everything he needs here. Also the Shelly now, that's more than enough. Second Nami in hand as well, the recall, Nopify against the Soul Harvests. Shadox needs to find like a really big swing somehow. Maybe this Volibear can deal that.
Yeah. I mean, we are getting to the turns where Shadox can really pop off, right? We're already at 7 mana for Shadox, and on turn 5, and I like this pass from Shadox. He would really, this is basically a ramp as well if Robo decides to take the pass.
Oh yeah. Pass is definitely one type of game plan that Ramp has in its arsenal.
Ooh, decides to Soul Harvest the Elusive. Can also, of course, be stopped. Slightly harder than the champions, also more mana efficient for Shadow's, but it can be countered, right? Just one Vuju style, and Nami buff the Lucy first, and then the buffs goes through, which means he's going to be 4 power, and the Soul Harvest just fizzles.
And this is actually the only card that is notifiable in Shadow's deck, so maybe Robo could have just taken the chance and get that extra spell trigger out right now. Would have left himself with less mana though. Still enough for a retreat and recall though.
Shadows would have really liked another ramp here to then be able to threaten the Volibear. But if we can see a top deck of maybe the Hit That Stairs, maybe with the deal 3 damage.
Yeah, Robo.
That's
Set
not
up.
And Robo just slams down the alley. As you said, Robo just playing this deck very greedily, and it pays out. It has been paying out till now, and it will keep paying out, apparently.
Yeah, even if there is an It That Stares, there would just be Nami's spell and a retreat coming and punishing that. And now...
Return. I mean, return doesn't work, but we can still retreat, right? We don't activate the Shelly, though.
I think Robo's thinking about double retreat maybe instead of the Nami.
Yeah, decides to go for the Nami. Does it hit the unit or does it hit face? Hits face. It's a 1 trigger for that. Oh, wait, can we get to the Burble here? I think we just play coin, we can summon the Burble, right?
Oh, that is true, actually.
Maybe less than 3. Oh, Nami flips as well with the coin.
Oh my god, is this lethal?
I mean, maybe. Shadows does have another blocker, though, and the heal in the hand. So maybe not the lethal, but very close. Yeah, after the block, it'd be once more spell. Nah, it's not enough. We only have 1 spell to play, sadly, from Robomaster, so not lethal yet. But it's gonna be hard from Shadows to come back from this. It needs maybe some crazy Volibear hits where it hits the Burble, the Nami, and the G. And like Robo can only save one of them, and maybe next turn with the Whale plus Vengeance, maybe we can do something and survive.
It is all just maybes here. Robo is definitely presenting so much damage and so many stats.
1 HP.
Even if a Volibear deals with 3 of these units, it's maybe just not enough.
Yeah. I do think that, Ramp is like one of the better decks in the meta, but it just shows up that you can't really just beat everything, because these decks are really efficient at what they do. So even like a slightly slower hand, and you're just gonna get blown out. But let's see the Volibear. Oof, didn't hit the Nami.
Ooh, the double whale here. Double whale can definitely be interesting.
There's the retreat. It's gonna get gonna be used on the Burble, just valuing those spells more than the G, which makes sense when you think about it.
It just needs to connect with 1 elusive here.
Just 1 unit, We've used the double trouble. It's just 1 unit that needs to hit, but it is weird when you use double trouble with Nami, right? It means those buffs get spread out a lot, and it's just not always the correct choice, but it might be the correct choice here, though.
Ionian Tailstones is crazy. Again, as we saw in the last Nami game as well.
Yeah, it was actually Robo as well, right? 2 rounds ago where he won with Ionian Tailstone, so he's been hitting those.
This time it's actually gonna save the unit here.
Save the unit, which means now we have 2 big elusives threatening the lethal.
There is mana for double vengeance technically.
Double vengeance. I mean, if we see an open attack from... Alright, but this is actually the real kicker here. We just can't use enough stuff.
Yep, that will do it. And Robo will defeat Shadox quickly 2-0 and go on into the grand finals.
Yeah, those were some fast games. I expected, based on the decks that we saw, I expected a little bit more of a attrition battle, but Robo just turned it up. Just slammed down with that Lux on game 1. I mean, not the Lux, just every unit around that deck. And then game 2, Ram tried to ramp, but cannot erase the G, Shelly, Nami trio.
Nami wins quickly, Nami loses quickly. Definitely the hallmark of a good combo deck.
Yeah, Nami giveth, Nami taketh. But yeah, EMEA is in the finals. Let's go.
Yeah, and Shadox will be moving on into the lower finals, where he will be meeting one of either AJ the Pro or Newman.
Yeah, I think that we'll check if they're still playing. Maybe we can jump into that game. But in the meantime, it looks like the car strat was working for Shadox so far. Maybe he should have stayed in the car and played from there, eh?
Yeah, just stay at the parking lot, play from his phone. Definitely a debuff here.
Maybe for the lower bracket finals, you're just gonna go back. This is my zone. I just play for parking lots. That's my jam. But meanwhile, Robo, the lasagna has been working out. So yeah,
we've actually just been informed that the lower semifinals is also over, and AJ took the win above Newman 2-0.
APEC is out of the tournament. Holy. Alright, well that means we're gonna have our top 3 and our finals ready, right? So we have Robo in the winners finals, as we just saw. So EMEA representative in the finals already. And then losers finals, which means the winner goes to face Robo. It's going to be AJ against Shadox. So a AM battle there to see who's the best one of those regions. And Apex just badly falling short. I think Newman had some really sharp performance today. Should be proud, but that's where their journey ends. And I think are we gonna jump in a short break? I think we are just gonna short break. Lau, I want you to point to the camera and tell the people to not go anywhere, because we are gonna be back with the Americas battle, which also means that grand finals is gonna be EMEA against Americas. So don't go anywhere. Point to them. Point to them.
We have NA versus Canada, and then EMEA versus Americas.
Yes, but don't go anywhere. Point to them. Point to them, Lau. Tell them not to go anywhere. Yes, point to them. Do not go anywhere. By the way, now Hirsch is gonna leave us like this for 15 minutes. I'm sorry for putting you in this position, Lava, but it's tradition.
I can do this for a while.
Don't say that. All right, welcome back, everybody. AGC. Wait, Lau, do you know what AGC stands for?
Oh, it actually stands for Amateur Global Championship.
Yeah, honestly, I thought it's Aegis for like so long. I thought it's Aegis Champion. I even called it Aegis Global Champions up until yesterday, where Kurz was like, "No, it's not." But what did they know? Well, you know what? It is what you want it to be. You know, maybe the A in AGC stands for Ace. You know, you never know. You never know.
Maybe.
But we have to go into bracket, and the production is just not letting me speak about myself today. All right, because we do have to go into the bracket and see how are we wrapping this up, because it's down to the last three, the big three, if you would, Lava, and one of them, a Robo Master, waiting into the grand finals, waiting for the winner of the losers finals, and in the losers finals, a America's showdown, a Canadian and America representative fighting for glory, fighting for, I don't know, everything, for the pride of their nation, you know, for bragging rights and so on and so on. And the winner of that gets to play the real Giga Chat of the tournament. Robo Master, the one and only EMEA representative left. How is it looking, Lava? Do you have any favorites at this point? But you can't say Robo Master because he's from EMEA.
Well, I just want to say that all three of them are in L&D, so I am rooting for all of them. But I will root for RoboMaster the most, of course, as he is from EMEA. Yet three legends of the game. RoboMaster just sweeping so many grassroots tournaments over the whole year. AJ doing so well also in the Aegis League, and Shadox, legend of the game, coming back here for his revenge.
Oh, actually, very, very well put, Lava. RoboMaster known for his domination of grassroots. AJ actually had like really good open runs this year, and Shadog's the winner of the Aegis Champions League. So three insane players that we've been looking through, that we've been looking at this whole year. So this is very hype. This is so hype. I think we're gonna get into the decks. We're just gonna get straight into it. You know, just remind ourselves one more time what this champions brought. And Shadi, 2 Udyrs. I just don't notice that. Did he just cut an Udyr before the finals, or was that always 2 Udyrs?
It was always 2, actually, and I've heard stories that it was accidental, but I'm not sure about that.
Udyr is not even the real champion. The real champion is that blade-bound berserker. So, or maybe Shadok just didn't have the materials to craft it. You know, just 2 champions are enough.
Yeah, definitely. Just go big, go wide, go tall, and win. Next deck
taxes,
we.
Yeah, your favorite.
Just saw, yes, the Master Yi Nami. Oh, I love this deck. I love it that Nami can just be in the meta after her rework.
Yeah, at 3 mana and 6 spells is like kind of easy to do if you had that G, lowering the cost of the spells, and also that Nami does work with other Namis. So if you've seen the level up. I think that's how that works, right? If a previous Nami has seen like 3 or 4 spells, the new Nami can just play 1 and 2. Is that how that works, Lava?
Yep, that is true.
Damn, look at me being a Nami specialist at this point. But yeah, Shadox, we just... we saw the differences in the list with Robo, but still, in the core, the same deck, and he's just very powerful right now. And of course, rounding out the lineup, a deck that we just saw slightly underperform, but just as insane as the old other ones. Ramp, just your good old Trundle Volley, and you just go ham. I like this very compact list that we have, like a lot of 3-offs, and then what is that? Just 2-off Avalanche, and what's the other 2-off?
It is stairs.
Oh yeah, it the stairs. Yeah, I really like that. Just all 3-off, 2 2-offs. No, not much shenanigans like we see in the Robo lineups, So just really compact and the cards you want to see every game.
Yeah, it is Ramp. it does what it does, and let's see if it does what it does against AJ on Fearsomes.
Deck I'm still not believer in, but if it wins the whole thing and AJ does it, maybe I'll start believing it. But yeah, as you said, Fearsome, it has shown before, like, you know, the slightly different ways of playing it. You know, can play aggressively, can play controlly, can play for the tempos with the Grims, but overall, decent deck, but we'll see if it performs right here, right now.
Yeah, so far it has. Let's see if it will leave AJ in the dirt or carry him into the grand finals. Next deck, Wingsgiving.
Yeah, just give me a game of Wingsgiving. Man, if Shoutouts bans Wingsgiving, I'm actually just gonna call Zero to come back, because I just really want to see this, especially in such a big matchup like this one is. Man, the amount of different stuff you can go for with Wingsgiving, which units you transform into, how you play your turns, it just so much options, and I misplay like every game on it, but I still win because Wingsgiving is broken and you just high roll. I just love this deck.
Yeah, we've had 4 of them going into the top 8, and this is the last one standing.
Yeah, a deck that put 4 out of 5 players that brought it to top 8, but only one of them is remaining in the top 3. And of course, combining those two with the most brought deck of the tournament and one of the strongest, most likely the strongest, Janna Nyla. Ooh, you know, the deck is insanely strong, Lava, but as you previously mentioned, both Shoutouts and Robo are on a kind of somewhat of a counter lineup, right?
Yeah, and this is the last Janna Nyla remaining in the tournament as well. Wingsgiving, Fearsomes, and Janna Nyla, all of them have been in the top broad stacks, and now AJ, the last representative for all of them.
Yeah, standing up for all the homies. It does come down to this Janna Nyla. I feel like it is this deck that even if it's countered, we can see it win, and I feel like AJ's, definitely a strong pilot on it. So it's gonna come down to some pulls, some draws, some maybe high rolls, some maybe good plays, but it's gonna be close. It's gonna be definitely a uphill battle for AJ, just looking based on the lineups, I think.
Yeah, Shoutouts seemingly having chosen 3 pretty good decks into that Janna Nyla. And that's why I think Shoutouts will probably ban the Wingsgiving, though I hope it was gonna be a Fearsome ban.
Yeah, Wingsgiving, one of those decks where it does give you a lot of even matchups.
Oh, let's go!
Shoutouts is the man of the people. We just immediately jump in. Galio left unbanned. We see the Udyr, we see Duran Sculptor, and on the other side, a Nidalee. Let's go. Hashtag here we go.
Oh, yeah. Both decks just can put an absurd amount of stats on the board. Wingsgiving, so many small combos that can just explode on turns 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, and looking at the Shoutouts list of Udyr Galio, there is like no real way to deal with the big targets that AJ might go for the Wingsgiving. So if we ever see Atakan or maybe a Gorlith, there is no real way to remove it, because you cannot really remove those units with strike spells. I guess Gorlith, you can take the HP down, but if we get to Atakan and he's decently sized Atakan, there is just no way to remove it with the Udyr Galio. So that's definitely a way to win for AJ here with the Wingsgiving. And I feel like this is a really good start. Nidalee, Nakotak, the 1-drop is just, the 2-drop is just a really good hand.
Oh yeah, and just no interaction from Shoutouts' side, so AJ can just set up all of his little pieces. The Nakotak buffing every transformed unit with +1/+1 in impact. Combine that with all of the transform and the Wingsgiving.
Yeah, Shoutouts does run 3 of Mage Seeker Jr. We would have been insane here, because we made the bushes, all of the bushes, cost 3, even the one that cost way less. Oh, and Shoutouts decides to block, but gets punished by the second Nidalee in hand. Oh, that double hand from AJ proves to be so valuable.
Shadows try to call AJ's bluff.
Charger comes down. And ooh, that was almost leveled Nidalee on 4. We technically could have leveled Nidalee on 4, but that would mean we don't play Nakotak this round. And I feel like AJ would rather have the Nakotak and get those stats and impacts.
Wait, we can still level her with the double trooper, right?
No, because we have to use 2 mana.
Oh yeah. That's 2 mana for her.
If we used it last turn or just not play the Nakotak, we would have. But I feel like this is better. You just want to spread those stats, and you just get impact. Just push some more damage. There's no Morgana in this list, right? It's only Galio. So no ways to lifesteal your HP back.
Especially against Patricide Charger coming down from Shadows. Nidalee's level up wouldn't really have done that much.
So true. Let's see where the pulls go. Going to pull to the Nidalee. A little bit dangerous in case Shadows has like a couple of buffs, but because of the quick attack, right, you first damage it and then they hit you, which is very good against Formidable. But we also have the strike spell here, and that can come in very clutch.
Yeah, maybe just has to use both of those. Could also just trade into the Nidalee, possibly.
Yeah, trading down the Nidalee looks fine as well. It does slow down a little bit what Shadows is trying to do, but it is what it is at this point. You know, you have to deal with this very aggressive Nidalee opener that AJ had.
Ooh, and decides to keep the Charger alive as well here. Yeah, the Elixir of Iron wouldn't really have done anything much in the next turns. So using it here just to preserve this unit here.
Yeah, using a lot of interaction to as you said, preserve the unit, but also still goes down to 12. Yeah, one of the many strengths of the Wings giving that even when it's threatening stuff like this, it still pushes damage with the impacts on the side and the buffed units. So still a good opener from AJ, and still has the opportunity to go Wings giving and this Aurora Halunatis in hand, or just go for another one of the. Yeah, what's that 2-drop called?
The Trooper.
The Trooper, there you go. So you can either go for Trooper into Wingsgiving here, or go for Halunatis prep for next turn into Wingsgiving. Yeah, again, Wingsgiving being so strong here. And with 2 Wingsgiving in hand, AJ can start doing math. He can technically get this Trooper from 2 to 10 mana.
Yeah, each Wingsgiving +4.
Who's second?
Oh,
so crazy.
Oh
Suddenly
my god.
5-7. Oh man, I love Wingsgiving.
Well, no, I think you just go wide here.
Yeah. There's the Halunatis as well. And we just get another transform in. The double knock attack working overtime for AJ here. We can get the spell shield here. We can maybe take Zon Bouncer. Wait, did we activate? We did activate Flow, right? With the Wingsgiving thing. Okay, we just go for the spell shield. And this is going to be a nice attack that just pushes... Oh, we just go for another Trooper.
Oh,
yeah, make sense.
even more.
The Nakotax!
This is actually threatening lethal here now.
I think it threatens lethal only through impact. 6, 9. Okay, 9 damage through impact. That's kind of insane.
Holy, it just needs 3 damage to connect here.
Yeah, you can say that the Nakotak has been very impactful.
Oh,
Oh my god, that was terrible.
yeah, can I get 0 back, please?
Shout out to 0.
Alright, Vulnerable can pull with the smallest attacker, and if any of those hit, it's game over.
Yeah, there is a strike
one-
spell which can work as, you kill your own unit as well, so the impact from the unit you're blocking doesn't hit through. So maybe we have something there. So Shadows will probably survive this turn with the strike spell, but it's still not looking good down the line.
Yeah, you're not dealing with AJ's engine, and that engine will keep on revving up Changeling as well next turn.
Oh, that impact. That second knock attack from Wings Giving was just backbreaking. Even without it, AJ had like a strong board and strong developments, but with the second knock attack, it just feels illegal, and that's what Nidalee does sometimes. All right, 3 HP and a dream.
Knights to trade into his 5/3. Could have instead sacrificed the unit blocking that. It now goes down to 3. Dead from impact.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of impact because we still have this Wings Giving, we have another Wings Giving, we can double develop and still have mana for another Wings Giving. It looks like we're going to be transforming a lot this turn.
Ooh, this is gonna be big.
Horns of the Dragon, that's a 4 power double attack and 8 impact. I mean 4 impact, okay. And yeah. Shadok surrenders, and we finally get to see the real power of Wings Giving.
Yeah, we got to see it, but maybe we shouldn't have, and it should have actually just been the ban. But
Shadi is the man of the people. He let us see this. He said, people deserve to see this, the casters deserve to cast this. And I respect him for him, yeah, you know? Shadi is the man of the people. But now, AJ has to get through his Janna Nyla against 2... I would say Udyr is like a decent matchup. I don't know about the Nami. How's the Nami matchup into Janna Nyla?
So, Udyr is definitely the biggest counter for Janna Nyla, and Formidable is even more so. So, yeah, this is looking like a very tall hill to climb for AJ in this game, and we have also seen what Nami can do against Janna Nyla. If Nami just sets up their combo, it's just really hard, and so AJ just has to maneuver these games magnificently.
I feel like this is a good opener from both hands, right? You have the Nyla on 2, you have the Vikrash to get more Slipstream, you have the second Nyla as well, and on the other side,
AJ
Durant Sculptor into Durant Sculptor.
He was afraid of a Broadwing here, hits the emote, but no Broadwing to punish the Nyla, and this is definitely the first step for AJ to get in this game. Ooh.
H-Seeker Jr. as well can really slow down the mid-game turns.
Yeah, mostly just affecting the slipstreams, as this Janna Nyla version just mostly runs like 3 cost, 4 cost spells otherwise.
Yep. Also, the buff from the Durant Sculptor makes our Petricide Hound a Brash blocker, which means now... Ooh, okay, hitting that one. Oh, the Janna hit, so good. Now, this does mean that if we want to swing with the Nyla, she will get traded down. So not optimal for AJ, but I don't think it's worth using her spell, and then you basically miss out on your Janna getting those... What was it called? Draws for next turn.
Yeah, the slipstreams. Just used one of those, and Janna can definitely start revving up this draw engine here. But now AJ has to make the decision, do you attack and sacrifice this Nyla just for the slipstream and a little bit of damage on their units? Do you do something else entirely? You do have so many options in hand here. Cloudwinder, definitely another possibility.
I mean, it's mostly Janna, or you go double Miriam to put those cards back. But yeah, it just looks like it's going to be Janna. Maybe the Nyla isn't even attacking this turn. On the other side, just Bladebound Berserker. Shadok is sticking to their game plan where you just play Bladebound Berserker, you just play that Udyr, and you start to put so much pressure.
Alright, and there is currently no removal in Shadok's hand. And AJ does have the Jenna going. Shadox can disrupt the spell discount at least with the Mage Seeker, but that would slow down his win con of playing Udyr this turn as well.
Yeah, missing 1 mana from the Shadow side, so can't be playing Udyr and have the protection of the Sky Splitter. So maybe won't even decide to go Udyr. Yeah, just wants to have the protection for Udyr because he's just so important here. Cannot just play him recklessly. And the other side, this is like a really good hand for AJ because he can just play so much stuff for free here.
Or even goes for the mana refill here.
I mean, he's gonna draw a lot. What's the Nilla at? Because we're gonna draw 4 cards at the beginning of the round. We don't have any slipstreams in the top of the deck though. We already played all of them. 10 out of 15, and we draw 4 cards. So Nilla is gonna be 14 out of 15.
Ooh, just a single draw top deck, and this leveled Nyla can run away with the game and prove how scary Jenna Nyla really is in the hands of a pro.
Oh, not a pro, the pro. Alright, let's see the draws. We're looking for like another Miriam, maybe Eye of the Storm. Alright, missing the card so far. Oh, there's Eye of the Storm. Burst speed level up into a juicy attack for AJ here.
Yeah, that's definitely gigantic in the sport state here.
And she flips, both in game and in the little cinematic we see. And we even have a refill after the attack with the Vicarushes and the Cloudwinder, so shows the power of Jenna Nyla to its fullest.
Yeah, just draw Nyla, just draw Jenna, and you are good.
Just draw Nyla on 2, Jenna on 4, win games. I like the sound of that.
Ooh. Let's see if Shadox tries to. Yes, indeed.
Funny enough, so far the Mage Seeker has only hurted Shadox because they had to pay 3 mana for this. But it is what it is.
And now he's gone, and AJ can start shooting.
Yeah, we have the refill here, as we mentioned. We also have the deal 3 to hit the... We got the gotcha to gotcha the Blade-Bound Berserker. Well, of course, it's going to be after we play the Vic Crash. And we see that slam down as well. Oof,
Yeah,
that's back-breaking, because you would have really loved to play that Udyr and just double some stances. But not going to happen. And the Jada is going to flip soon as well, so it's just really looking good for AJ right now.
Yeah, this is just phenomenal Jenna Nyla piloting. Absolutely lovely.
6 out of 8 on the Janna now level up, and that's just gonna easily come up to 8, which means a Janna flip, another draw, and of course elusive. Now there is some gameplay maybe here with this magical feathering from the Shadox's side, but I feel like AJ the Pro is just too accelerated with his draws here.
Yeah, can even decide to just remove this here before it gets the buff.
That makes sense. Keep the board thin, that's how we win the game.
And the Udyr, the last bastion of hope for Shadox.
One Udyr against the entirety of the Janna Nyla deck, because they're gonna draw their whole deck at the start of their next turn, just billion of cards drawn.
Oh, yes. They're all gonna be cost reduced.
Yeah, AJ be doing some tax evasion right now. And Shadows is trying to cosplay IRS here, just putting those curses, those taxes in the end. But sadly, it's not working. At least forces a, doesn't allow a Nyla development here, but I doubt that's gonna matter a lot.
Honestly, AJ can just develop the Nyla and play the spell on his next turn.
Yeah, fair point. Doesn't really have to go for any draw this turn. He's already drawing enough, and he's also full on the board, right, with the Master Lookout and then Nyla here.
Yeah, and this is what usually just counters Janna Nyla so hard. These regen stances on these high HP units, but AJ is so wide, has so much damage, so much draw, so much discount.
And just another Janna, some burn in the hand as well. We might even see a little this turn. Like a lot of the Janna Nyla units don't really do that much damage. All of them are like 2-3 powered, but it stacks up. It adds up so much. And I think AJ will just commit the burn this round. And I think we're about to see the second finalist right here.
Yeah, no heal for Shadows. And that is it.
Yeah.
AJ takes it over Shadows, shows what Janna Nyla can do, and moves on into the grand finals.
Counter who? Counter what? It's not real. Janna Nyla stays winning. And yeah, gotta give it to Shadows. Insane performance. Top 3 in this kind of stack tournament. Especially with those little bit of, counter lineup, bringing out the ramp, which is, and he has treasure trash as his favorite cards in the player cards, the ones that are rolling between the deposits. So automatically he's one of my favorite players out there. But the finalists are AJ and Robo. How can you get a better final than that one? And America stays winning. I think this is going to make a lot of people happy, where the America beats the Canadians, and now they're going to the finals, where we're going to see Americas against the EMEA. A matchup to end the whole year, and what a matchup it is, eh?
I know some people already who are going to be really insufferable now. And if AJ wins this whole tournament, that is going to be even worse.
Yeah, and that's it. We have our finalists. The stage is ready. The grand finals is all that remains. And of course, bracket reset if AJ managed to win that. We'll talk about that when we come back from our break. But we are going on a break, Lava, so you know what to do. Point to the people. They have to stay for the grand finals. Tell them not to go. Tell them not to go anywhere. Tell them not to go.
Go anywhere.
Stay here to watch the Americas against the EMEA. Fight for the title.
NA versus EU.
All right, guys, it is the grand finals, the last showdown. How did the song go? Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na.
Da-da-da-da-da.
I think we're gonna get whatever it was called.
We're gonna get DMCA'd.
Yeah, DMC. Yeah, and I don't think the people want to hear us sing loud. We're gonna sing after the cast. After the cast, me and you gonna do some karaoke with our winner.
Yeah.
And our winner
If EU wins.
if EU wins. And yeah, speaking of that, the grand finals. I think we're gonna go into the bracket to see how everything panned out today and see how we ended up with our two finalists. Spoiler alert, it's how it was supposed to end. Americas against EMEA in one match. Well, two if EU loses. EU is so good that we are giving EU two chances. Yeah, we're ready for the bracket. Let's see the bracket. Let's see how people ended up here. The fallen soldiers behind, gotta give a shout out to every one of the top 8. Watt, Trey, Shadax, White Rebellion, Mana, and Newman all fell through in this bracket, but shout out to them. Really good performances to get to top 8 in such a stacked tournament. And the two people that remain, Robomaster, which hasn't lost a best of 3 yet, which means he's coming from the upper side of the bracket, and AJ losing in the round 2 against Robo. So we already seen that matchup on stream, so we're gonna see a little bit of repeat here, but clawing their back up from the losers bracket and managing to get into the grand finals. Now, as I did mention, Robomaster did came from the winners bracket, so we do have to give them a little bit of advantage. That's how the double elimination system works, which means if AJ wins, we are going to get a bracket reset where we're going to get another best of 3 of the 2 players. So it's a do or die for AJ, while Robo has a second chance. And did they say that it's Americas against EMEA, Lava? Did they say that?
I thought you said, yeah, for sure. I think you said that. It's EU versus NA. Let's fucking go!
So
Again.
true. And honestly, 2 of my favorite players in the game right now, man. Robomaster from EU, he's been in every tournament. I just love him playing against him. And AJ, honestly, one of the best personalities that we have in the game. Just always fun to be around, always helpful. So it's just honestly, I want both players to win, but because Robo is from EMEA, I want the Robo to win, maybe just slightly more than AJ. But yeah, we're gonna see the decks one last time, Lava. We gotta remember what our players played to get to this point. And you know what? They are kind of a bangers, Both lineups are bangers, so we're gonna have to look at them one more time right now. Alright, I missed that. Was there a timer? Was there a time? Right now, I think. Yeah, there we go. It's because I'm living a little bit far away, so until the signal comes through. Yeah. So AJ with the deck of the tournament, Nyla Jenna, the most broad deck of the tournament, and he's pushed with it to the finals. Kind of, makes sense for the one of the most broad tournament to end up in the finals, right?
Oh yeah, we have seen what this deck can do in the hands of the pro, and we will see if he can overcome the odds and get revenge against Robomaster, who is pretty much trying to target this deck.
Yeah, trying to target the best deck in the tournament. A little bit of a risky strategy, because that's why they're the best decks, right? They can win any matchups, even counters. But it has worked out very good so far for Robo. Already beating AJ once, as you said, in the semifinals of the upper bracket. And AJ is looking for that revenge. And for it, he has Nidalee Wings giving. So just... And we saw it the last best of 3. That was a blowout for the ages. It just came on the board and just pew, few bushes, few knuck attacks. Game ends right there.
Yeah, this deck can do anything. Just early aggression into late game, 100 power units. This deck has it all, and it's all thanks to Wings Giving. I love this card.
My beloved. Wings Giving, our beloved. Hell
we
yeah.
can share it.
Yeah, Wingsgiving is all about the sharing, right? You share the stats, you evolve together. It's just a banger of a card. Yeah. Looking at the deck, I do have to notice that there is no Rite of Negations, so only the Knights are coming from that Avenging Vestaya. So something to note, in case there is no Bush, Robo doesn't have to worry about the Knights. But yeah, we're gonna see the third deck to round up the AJ's lineup. I feel like this was the lineup to beat, kind of, in the tournament right now, and it was Fearsomes. I'm still on the fence on this one, Lava. Have you been convinced that this is one of the better decks this tournament, or are you still not sure?
Anytime Fearsomes wins, it just feels so close. Like you just scratched by on like very closely, and it just feels like you need to prove yourself. But if you can do that, if a Nocturne comes down, if Nocturne levels, if you find the Harrowing, it can definitely be very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, this is powerful. Just imagine how powerful was Misrates, right? I think you definitely know how powerful that was, right?
I know.
Yeah. But it's a shadow of what that deck can do, But a shadow of a strong thing is still a big shadow. I don't know where I was going with the analogy, but
because the deck plays Shadow.
Oh, there we go. We found it. I didn't even notice that, but I just kind of.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it kind of works out sometimes. You just it's that joke where if you get a bunch of monkeys to type like for infinite time, they will eventually type out Hamlet or something, And that's me with that's me with the jokes, Eventually I'll hit a joke that lands. So yeah.
Right, let's see if AJ can land this lineup against
nice transition.
Robo.
And speaking of a Robo Master 18, we're just switching through decks. Of course, we have to start with your favorite deck of today, as you mentioned a few times, and as I'm, always calling it your favorite deck. I can't let the people forget. Nami G. I did not expect this until last week, but then so many people did good in it in the Last Chance Open, and it made its way into the Grand Finals all the way from there. Just a really nice deck, something new we usually don't see in the meta.
Yeah, Mana brought it last week to the Last Chance qualifier. He pioneered this deck, was the only player to bring it, and actually did not bring it into the AGC, but RoboMaster took what he started and finished the job.
Yeah, RoboMaster, my beloved. And of course, we're gonna go on to the second deck. We've been through these lineups a few times, right? Because we've seen both players a couple of times on stream already. But Morgana Udyr, as we've mentioned a few times, like Udyr is just really good against decks like the Janna Nyla, as you mentioned. But they do need those dances to give the regeneration to those units, right? As you mentioned, that's the most important thing of the deck. But this is no Galio, so we don't have Galio units to stop us from that. Instead, we're just playing Omen Hawk, Yelski Snowdog, getting those buffs in, and I just think that this deck is just the prime ban for AJ looking at the lineups.
Yeah, I just love the one-offs here. Shoutouts to Aegis.
Shout out to Aegis, the flavor. You gotta go for the flavor. And we're gonna go to the last deck, a deck that RoboMaster himself has said that he's never losing mirrors. Now, AJ doesn't have Jace Lux in the mirrors, so Jace Lux in their lineup, so we're not gonna see RoboMaster's mirror power, but we have seen RoboMaster's aggressive power with this deck. I still remember that turn 6 we had lethal. When we play turn 5, we play the back-to-back on our units. It's just insane attacks. So yeah, one of the better pilots on Jace Lux, and I'm really, really excited to see this whole match, honestly.
Yeah, this is a Demacia deck after all. Can put out some insane early curves And yeah, we have seen this matchup before on stream, where Robo took it 2-1. And we will see if AJ can change history here.
Oh man, but what two players to actually bring to a champion, to the amateur global championship, right? Just insane, like representing two of the biggest regions that we have. Representing two lineups that we have, like that counter, somewhat counter to Jan and Nyla and playing Jan and Nyla themselves. And I just love both players, man. I think both of the players were very high up in a lot of people's rankings. There were a couple of, tier lists going around before the tournament started. And I feel like both AJ and RoboMaster are very heavily, highly rated by the community. And they just show why, right? They have the skills needed, and they just came in here and showed us that they are two of the best players that we have in the AGC and in the game right now.
Yeah. And so we can take a look at the bans.
My heart. The Nidalee ban. Oh no.
Yeah.
Unexpected. Oh, we're just starting right in. I think we yap too much, and the players are just ready to do this. Yeah?
All right, let's go.
All right, let's do this. The finals, the grand finals, and it all comes down to this. Well, of course, we have a bracket reset if AJ wins, but let's just act like there is none, and we have to win or lose for both players. And I'm looking at Lux already in hand, Jace in hand, Formula and Persuader, and on the other side, Nyla.
Nyla is definitely something that you want, and that's in combination with the Poolshark and the Merriam and the Vikrash. I think I've seen this exact hand from AJ the last game.
If we see a Janna on 4 as well, and maybe we are cooking something here on the other side of AJ. Well, Robo just has his engines, right? Has the Jace, which, can threaten. 4-4 Challenger is pretty decent, and also has the Lux. The Lux has really, really high value in this matchup because it just makes you as efficient as the Jen and Nyla, which is almost impossible to do.
Yeah, I'm interested in if Robo just utilizes the form up here to block, and indeed it will come through and shuts down this Nyla from completely running away with the game.
Yeah, shutting down the Nyla already. So only one slipstream shuffle. And we'll see how that ends up. We still don't see the Janna.
Yeah, Robo next turn can just play the Jace with Challenger though and do the same thing he did last time. Just threaten the Janna. Oh my god, there she is. Wow, this is just a repeat.
Oh, I guess there's the Janna on 4.
Does AJ go for her again? Last time, he did do that into a Challenger chase. But not this time.
Ooh, hits the Janna as well. Oh, AJ, the Robo passing doesn't allow to AJ to develop the Nyla, which means Poolshark comes down. Gotcha. Drawn for the reduced cost. Are we going to see yet another Nyla roll in just to get another? Ooh, there's the Janna. That's a different Janna. It's not the one that was updrafted, right? Because it cost 4.
And AJ now, so many decisions again. He did updraft the Janna thinking that she's not going to be useful this game against this Jace and against all that removal. But now has to consider her again, now that she's fleeting.
Yeah, and also doesn't die immediately this turn, most likely, unless we see a single combat from Robo, which is, not the worst plays that you can do, because if we go to next turn, of course, Janna's that text that she has, lowering the cost by one of the next 3 cards drawn, can get some really decent value for the AJ here. So we can even see a single combat from the Jace going into the Janna. We see the Janna come down.
Yeah, it has to be Jace though. And that will open up that Jace to be removed by that gotcha. AJ just soft passing with an attack. Not even going for the Marina develop.
Yeah, just attacking, seeing what Robo has. Just removing the challenger, and we are probably gonna just see the Janna come down. And on the other side, it's just gonna be Lux. Lux getting an early Lux down, turn 5. It's just really gonna give you so much value down the line.
Yeah, AJ just kept the Marina to help the... Wanted to help the Janna progress, but he is gone again.
Yep, single combat coming down there very, very early. Just doesn't let the Janna get much value other than the draws.
I really like this. Just keeping the Marina in hand, you will draw 3 next turn anyway, so you can just always play it for free. It's kind of like a soft pass.
Yeah, and we saw the... Now the Jace Lux comes online, and now they start to get those value cards in. Because not only you draw 2, you regain 3 mana back, and you get those beams from Lux.
Yeah, both champions are assembled. AJ can deal with the Jace before he levels with this Mystic Shot here. But this looks... There's so much power, so much fuel in Robo's hand as well.
Yeah. I mean, okay, we do get to remove the Jace though, so that's something. Yeah, we still get to draw cards next turn. A well-timed Rex can still be very, very impactful for AJ. Ooh.
Playing the Marina here seems like you want to open attack. Oh, and there's a Rex that can be big.
Rex, only 3 cards drawn though. We'll have to keep note on that. But that is exactly enough to kill the Lux, right?
Yeah, could just send it on this Lux and threaten to kill her with Robo only having 1 form up in the deck and 1 riposte actually. Could save her. And a 1 of back-to-back really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, AJ is really considering their options here.
He goes for it.
And will just kill out this Lux. Wow.
It's very important to deal with Jace and Lux as soon as you can. And AJ recognizes that, takes the gamble, does have a gotcha in hand as well, though, so could kill her through pretty much anything Robo could have.
Yeah, and especially still 2 mana open, so it's like really good value here. The Rex with not the biggest of rocket barrages, but 3 rocket barrages is enough rocket barrages to kill the Lux, especially when she's the only one on the board, right? So can't miss, and the Nyla will come down here as a really, really big threat, especially because she's leveled.
Oh yeah. Cannot be killed by a single shock blast. But 2 Mystic Shots will seal the deal.
Hitting that double Mystic right there. Pew pew. Does weaken the attack a lot, but this is still doing decent amount of damage. Now Robo can get like 2 value blocks here, right? Just block the Miriam and the wind something, the wind bear or something to do. So still takes 8, but at least has some kind of board now.
Yeah, AJ just sends out all of his units. Can refill so easily with Jan and Nyla.
Yeah. And we still do have so much refill as you mentioned, so Well, let's see the Rage Heal. Rage can do something.
There is a temple in Aegis' hand with the Aftershock to onset in Robos. Let's see if AJ will go for
Fast
that.
speed, fast speed interaction. Maybe something there can really save a open attack or something on the next turn, of course.
Yeah, Robo having to survive here, but still trying to find his way back in his win condition. And Jace doubling a spell is definitely that. Doubling for Demacia. It's fine, but it gets jump blocked. Malmutation.
Though.
Yeah.
Maybe we can survive and draw the Albus Ferris.
He just needs to gamble on this malmutation here.
Depends on what our next card played from Robo is. We could also just see Temple from AJ. If you get the Jace down right here. Okay, not getting the Jace, decides to go for this trade, and we see the Eye of the Storm getting the trade in, and also making our Cloudwinder 2 less mana, which means we can just replay it now.
Just very well played here from AJ. Recognizes that he just needs to put up as much pressure the next attack as possible. Doesn't even consider the temple. And Jace leveled. What was last line of defense?
Doubling Malmutation? Anyone? Alright, we do have 2 more units to play.
Yeah, let's turn all of our units into 3/1s here.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. If we maybe drew Albus Ferris and then we just go, hey, here is 5 Albus Ferrises, that would have been funny. But sadly, we did not get there. We do have a decent amount of blockers now, but that could change if we just draw another Rex here. And Nyla works too. Nyla is not bad.
Yeah, AJ. His whole deck available now.
And we go for some brash attackers. We can also replace. Oh, we just go for the kill first. Very smart from AJ. Taking it slow.
Yeah, goodbye doubled spells. Not that they would have done anything here. And this is looking dire.
Yeah, especially with the Jace dying, not having any spells to activate his text. It's gonna be really hard. Especially with this Nyla coming down. And yeah, Robo does not see a way out. And AJ is on the board with a deck that, was supposed to struggle a little bit, but just that well-timed Rex removing the Lux sealed the deal. And now it's
yeah. Janna, Nyla, uncounterable, and now AJ on his last deck that he was so unsure about. Fearsomes.
You said it right. Fearsomes has 2 chances to win a game here, to get AJ to that really nice bracket reset and take us to the grand finals. That's 2 grands. Back-to-back grands.
Okay, Robo does have assembly line, which can definitely shut down early aggression, but they do run into Aegis removal, namely that Soul Harvest in hand.
4 Chief down on 1 as well. Yeah, Robo's hand does look a little bit aggressive, so we might see some opening. Shock Blast is really good as well.
Oh yes, the AJ. Some early aggression, but not much value.
As you said, AJ does have the removal going out for the robo units, but he doesn't have the sentinels, which really benefit from the removal. You remove and buff your units, so 2 for 1. And just as I say that, of course, Asia just draws a sentinel.
Oh yes, let's see how Robo answers that. Can just remove the units. Kind of a waste of removal though. Could go for the assembly line, could go for the fearsome blocker with that mage seeker as well.
Shocky Blast? Possible.
Yeah, Robo has no way to protect his units, so has to expect those being removed very efficiently here.
Yeah, Axel's coming down. A 3/3 body is pretty good. Now, as you said, very, very good removals from AJ here. Very optimal, especially because only for 2 mana you can activate the Stygian Onlooker as well.
And now AJ has to think about what removal he wants to use here. That Soul Harvest could also just kill a Lux.
Yeah, very high value on that one card. If we go for the glare, we just go for, If we went for the glare on the 2-1, right, Robo still would have had 2 fearsome blockers left, so he just decides to take this juicy damage in, and after block, we're probably looking at 7 damage pushed for AJ.
Yeah, AJ pushing a bit of damage, but hand is looking thin now.
Second Soul Harvest. Perfect answer for the top deck on the side of Robo for the second, for the Lux. So those cards will kind of counter each other out. And AJ just using the removal, as you said, just to remove the units as Robo plays them. And we're probably going to see the swing, yeah.
Does AJ block here? That Forge Chief has a prime glare target.
We don't currently have any, no sentinels. No sentinels, so the glare doesn't get full value with the buffs there as well. But we already pushed 7 damage on the side of AJ, so maybe now it's just like kind of a waiting room to get to that harrowing and try to finish the game from there.
What is really important here and what AJ is probably thinking about is leveling up on Nocturne as well. Nocturne is at 3 out of 5 right now, and if he attacks with that Stygian again, even though it has no fearsome, it is still a Nightfall unit, and that would level up future Nocturnes.
Yeah, you're right. Then Nocturne leveled is especially important for that harrowing, as we said. So AJ just takes it, and probably we're going to see an open attack here as well. Okay, glare first.
Right. Oh, if there is that Lux coming down without the protection, if AJ pulls the trigger on that Soul Harvest, that would be devastating.
There's a Shadow. So we can use Shadow next turn, very efficient unit when you think about it. So we even have a Vex on turn 6, and this turn, I feel like since Robomaster already saw 1 Soul Harvest on that turn 3, he would feel a little bit safer to play the Lux, but it gets punished so hard.
That is looking dire for Robo now. AJ found all the value that he needs with that Shadow for the next 2 turns, and now Robo has to stabilize again. Just did not find any interaction, any answers.
Yeah, especially since these HPs are kind of big on both Vex and the Shadow, so stuff like the Shock Blast or the what was the Ezreal ulti called? 2-shot barrage doesn't just kill them for free, so it will have it would need more commitment. So it's just really good value right now.
Alright, let's see how AJ maneuvers this crucial attack turn here.
Yeah. If the Jace was leveled, this would have been... Wait, we can level the Jace, right? We can go formula into doubling up the
Formula?
shot blast, right?
Oh, or the true shot actually,
Oh,
which
that's
would
juicy.
be a wipe.
Ooh, that's juicy. Hold.
AJ can try and remove him with Glare double Mystic Shot.
But
That would be an option, but doesn't leave enough mana to play the Vex as well, so he just goes for it. And Robo has a juicy true shot here.
Would you look at that true shot barrage coming out so clutch? Steve Robo goes for that. There we go. Yeah, the 3-1 spread will kill both the Shadow, the Vex, and the Butler. It's just gonna get very good value. Alright, there we see it. Double that up. And just that's a board wipe.
Oh my god. And with that play, Robo is instantly back in the game and he hits the mode.
Yeah, now it still does come down to the harrowing, right? If AJ can find harrowing soon enough, if this game is still on. I don't know if Robo can end the game next turn.
I sure hope Robo blocks this.
Oh, 5 HP is a lot of HP. Maybe he feels safe. Maybe Robo is
my
like,
god.
come on, no way there's triple Mystic in AJ's hand.
Oh my god.
Oh,
No.
Oh.
There is no heal.
There is no healing in those regions.
There is no.
Holy.
Oh my god, and AJ takes it with triple Mystic Shot?
Triple Mystic. Important note, there is one hallowed stack now. Alright, doubling up the assembly line, but AJ is just gonna commit triple Mystic. Yeah, I didn't know Fearsome is a burn deck, man. I didn't get that memo.
My god, Robo has to regret that block so much.
Yeah. I mean, even if... oh, man, but it's so hard to predict the triple Mystic shot, right?
You know what? We have our bracket reset.
Grand finals.
The grandest.
Jace locks twice. Ooh.
Alright.
Now this spices things up, right? So AJ got his revenge for Robomaster, right? So they're technically now 1-1 in the top 8 in the double elim. So now they're gonna play one last best of 3. So it's a best of 3, so best of 3s, and they're 1-1.
Actually,
it's all gonna come down. I'm not sure. They do get a 5 minutes break, right? Or are we going to jump straight right into it? I'm gonna have to check with production. But I think we are gonna catch a little break. You know, give the players some breathing time. You know, get them to regain that mental. If maybe Robo is feeling a little bit awkward after that triple Mystic shot. But yeah, one last best of 3.
would you
last best of 3.
Would you change the bands here if you are Robo looking into the face of defeat?
I want to see yes because I want to see it needly, but I don't think Robo is changing. I don't think Robo is changing. I think Robo is like, this was a fluke. Come on, who has triple Mystic shot? But to be fair, the Rocket Barrage was kind of insanely high roll as well. So yeah, I think we're gonna jump into a short break, Lawa, and we're gonna be back for one last best of 3 to decide the champion.
Yep.
Actually, it's gonna be a very short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. Just go drink some water, grab some water, and be right back. Be right back.
I wish I could reach out. I wish I could scream out. I wish that someone can hear my silence screaming. Flatline of my soul, I'm on the floor. The darker the dream, the darker the sky. I look up and I see something in the moonlight, the shadows in my head. Giving to the silence of emotions that I dread. Ooh, raise hell in my mind. Oh, raise hell in my mind. And I try to weather the pain. I try, but it's always the same. I try, but I'm always the obstacle in the way. Turn it inside out, let the secret out. The darker the dream, the darker the sky. I look up and I see something in the moonlight, the shadows in my head. Giving to the silence of emotions that I dread. Ooh, raise hell in my mind. Oh, raise hell in my mind.
All right, welcome back for one final time. The grand final. There is nothing after this. One last do or die. Wow, are we excited?
This is what it has all come to. A full year of grassroots tournaments, of Aegis hosted tournaments, of ladder grinding, and it all leads to this. EMEA versus America Robo versus AJ.
So much on the line.
Bracket
Man.
reset.
For the players, of course, so much on the line, but also the bragging right, man. We can't let Americas win and then we have to hear them the whole time. I feel like the Americans will feel the same, So, not to put more pressure on the two players, but this is much bigger than them at this point. They gotta represent their whole region, so. And I think we're gonna be looking at some cinema, because this was a quick best of 3 from AJ. But as we said, that's just getting revenge for beating him previously in the bracket. So now, the real best of 3, the real finals. Robo Master against AJ, the bracket reset. You see this whole thing. We see a bunch of 2-0s, bunch of 2-1s. In the end, only 2 people remain. AJ and Robo.
Yeah, EMEA has won all of the past LOR Worlds. Let's see if Robo can do it again at this Amateur Global Championship, or if AJ can finally take a win for Americas.
Are we gonna get the first Americas a winner, or will the EMEA dominance keep on going? I guess this is where it comes down to these 3 decks and same bans on both sides. Robo is like, that was a fluke. I've already won this previously in the semifinals. And AJ is just like, this worked 2 minutes ago. It's going to work again. I feel like both players are in a good position here. Both players are playing decks that they know how to play, they're comfortable on. And I think we're about to see a banger.
Yeah, Robo was just typing in chat. I lose to 1 mystic shot and bro has 3. I do think he is still confident in his abilities to win this all.
Yeah. Let's see if the first deck is the same though, because Robo is just coming out from 2 losses in a row with Jace Lux, right? Maybe now they're maybe thinking of maybe switching to Nami G first, getting that deck through first, and then trying to get into the Jace Lux. Maybe that changes. Maybe we see something different.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see that deck for one final time. And AJ did start with Jen and Naila the last time. Do think that is definitely the best deck for him into these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, we cannot even mention how big this is, right? I think we've said like 11 times that this is it. The match, the whole year comes down to 1 best of 3. And it just feels like so much pressure for the players, and it sometimes does come down to that, It is very favorable to if you don't let the pressure get to you, If you even make even the slightest of mistakes here, it can cost you the whole tournament. So the players just need to remain, level head and just focus on the game ahead.
Yeah, they are playing for $500 basically. Second place does get $300. First place, juicy $800. Both of them have secured a custom XL mousepad with a card art of their choice on it. What do you think?
I feel like AJ win. It has to be one of these decks, right? It has to be either the Fearsome if they manage to clutch it, mousepad with like a Vex on it, and if Robo wins, I feel like it has to be Nami or G. It just feels right to get a custom mousepad with the champions that you did win, or the cards. If AJ just decides to go for Wings Giving, I can respect that.
You'd like that mousepad, wouldn't you?
Hey man, that's what I was playing for. Sadly, I did not get there, but that was a dream. And also, let's not forget the bragging rights, right? Calling yourself being the champion just feels right. You end the year as the champion. It gives you a little bit of a pride right there.
Yeah, but maybe
also, second place is also decent. It's not like end of the world for like one of these players. It's still like insane achievement to get here. And they're putting up a show for us, honestly.
If somebody wins this, they definitely have to pick a card that they used. But if you lose here in the finals, I think you might just have too much PTSD from the deck and just pick something completely different.
If you lose, you have to pick a card from your opposing, from the opponent player, or from the opponent player decks, right? So you just have to pick a deck from there. So you just go for the Shelly. If AJ loses here to Shelly, just has to get a mousepad with Shelly on it, just to remember every day.
Yeah, we do have 6 different decks coming into this tournament.
We're going in. Lava.
Oh,
I am getting excited and I'm not even playing the game.
AJ did change up his pick to Fearsomes first, and Robo stayed on that Jace Lux.
The first game of the best of 3 of the last, I don't know what I'm saying, it's the first game, okay? You have to, it's just, I don't know, I'm just going to say the last on everything, so that it feels, it adds a little bit of gravitas, the finals. We have to do the silver scrapes, the
do 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 do. idea.
Oh man, okay, let's see opening hands. What are we looking at here, Lava?
Okay, we do have both champions in Robo's hand with a Mystic Shot and a Barrier as protection. That might be enough to deal with some Sentinels from AJ, who does start with a quite an aggressive hand with the double Butler here into a Nocturne.
Yeah, also, yeah, as you said, decently aggressive hand here. Very big unit in the early game. I mean, not that big, but Fearsome just makes them so much a bigger threat than they actually are. And on the other side, I see Reggie. You know, the last game, Reggie pulled out that true shot barrage, so always have to watch out on that one.
Oh yeah, did also leave Robo in the dirt with a malmutation though.
We do see the Broadwing. Sadly, not a fearsome ball locker for Robo. And on the other side, AJ is just chilling. A couple of butlers, pushing a lot of damage. And honestly, we've seen the reach this deck can have, and especially with Harrowing as well in the top end. So
And if
any damage push is really important.
yeah, Jace looks definitely has that burn potential. AJ, as we saw last game, has it as well. And AJ does probably want to level that Nocturne before he comes down to play around all of those deal 3 damage removals like the Aftershock and Shock Blast in Robo's deck.
Robo considering planning their moves ahead, decides to pass, loses one of that mana, but that was gained from the 4 chief anyways. And on the other side, Vex with 4 power is just really hard to remove for so many of these decks in the meta right now.
Yeah, Vex definitely the most well-statted 4-drop. Crazy effect, burst, speed, gloom. On this board state would just clean up that 2-1 for free.
Yeah, well said. I mean, we can see maybe a chase here, but it's gonna be really, really awkward. We can maybe see Reggie and then use our one-off repost to get an attack in. I mean, to get a block into the Vex. That's kind of a nice usage for the repost. Plus 3 power just to get the fearsome blocker.
Oh yeah. I wanted that repost to get some action all this time. Looks like Robo is probably considering that. Ooh, assembly line. Even more fearsome blockers.
A little bit lucky for RoboMaster that the Reggie, I love me some Reggie, eats the gloom from Avex, which means our 4 chief remains. So after we spend our repos, we do get 1 more mana back, so we can use that mana down the line, maybe for that Mystic Shot, for next turn or turns after that.
Yeah, very nice here after all. Biggest unit is determined by power first and then the cost. And so Reggie just threw himself in front of that depression.
And back, Mr. President, I'll protect you, Reggie, the goat.
And now Robo can look to stabilize here a little bit. Nocturne still not leveled. Does have a 3 damage challenger on RoboMaster's side. And so AJ still has to be careful with that Nocturne. Has to think about how exactly he wants to deploy him.
Yeah, and it's really important that the Nocturne is leveled. I mean, of course, his level up is strong, but that 4 HP in comparison with the 3 is so much, especially against this deck that runs, Shock Blast, Aftershocks, a lot of shocks. So it protects from a lot of stuff, that 4 HP.
Oh yes. Leveling Nocturne, especially if you have a Harrowing later, It's not a lot that can answer that. And now AJ sets up the Sentinel into the Mystic Shots. Does have a glimpse backup just in case.
Yeah. So the Mystic Shot here doesn't hurt Robo in the mana department, because even if it hit, even if the thing hit, it wouldn't have given him any more mana than he currently has, unless we are trying to Mystic Shot this turn, of course.
Yeah, which juicy Mystic Shot target just appeared on our screen here.
Fair. Ooh, onlooker.
Oh, this Grim here. Big tempo swing, but Robo does have answers.
I'm looking at that assembly line into Mystic Shot turn kind of this round, maybe? Or maybe even Shock Blast. Okay, this works too. This works perfectly. A good blocker, still a Mystic Shot there. And now Robo can start building up and trying to get back into this game.
Oh, yes.
I do have to note, I believe that is a 5 HP again. A little bit flashbacks from last best of 3, but we did use one Mystic Shot on the side of AJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just gotta move on from that previous game and still play optimally instead of scared.
The glimpse counter is kind of nice. Maybe AJ is scared of a second Mystic Shot, considering not even using this, but decides to go for it in the end.
Yep, can also just be used on the Grim here, as that would also die for free.
Fair. I guess this is playing around single combat, right? Because you cannot single combat this, but you could have single combated the Grim, so it's kind of pick your poison between which card you want to play around.
That is true, yes. There are 2 single combats in Robo's deck.
Alright, now Robo can start making a comeback, right? Second Lux. Do have good blockers though here. Wait. Oh, I was thinking we go Formula and Assembly Line. Did we have mana for that? We did, right? Yeah, it looks like we did have mana for that. So that will give us 2 beams, but 1 less unit on the board, and maybe we don't really want that.
Yeah, especially with AJ not having any prime beam targets on the board just yet. Robo wants to keep this, and what's gonna be crucial here is how AJ actually uses this Nocturne, because 2 attack reductions on this Lux and Badger Bell are required to deal with that, and just 1 on these Forge Workers.
Yeah, it does come down to this beam. I feel like if Robo plays the beam this turn, it really unlocks AJ to be able to play the Nocturne event this turn, so he can get the instant value at the start of next turn. So maybe
I'm saying AJ should just Gloom this Badger Bell and then just use Nightfall from Nocturne next turn. Instead, he decides to
Aftershock, interesting.
Turn on the Sentinel.
Maybe trying to keep the Gloom for like Nightfall activator for next turn.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Oh, one hold.
Oh.
We have to.
I don't see it on screen.
Write it down.
What hollow? There's no hollow.
There it is. One hollow. Important. Gotta note that down.
AJ places Stitchen just as a 2 attack unit, because after all, 3 + 2 is also 5.
Yeah, and especially because this turn it looks like a Vex into Nocturne kind of turn.
Oh yes, that is a very powerful Robo. Does have a shock blast here.
Oh man, especially if we go Nocturne into the Vex, that would mean no fearsome blockers will be left on the board. It really comes down to how Robo plays this out. Because I feel like if Robo jumps the gun and tries to start removing these targets before the Nocturne comes down, it's going to really damage his chances here.
And Robo pretty much has to keep at least one spark in hand for the Nocturne. Otherwise, that 2-1
we still have Nocturne and another fearsome blocker, so that's not the worst right now. So the beam is really important here because whatever you play, Robo can just shoot. So it really comes down to a awkward position for AJ. Do you play Nocturne, it gets shot, or do you play Vex and Vex gets shot? This is a Nocturne. It has to be removed instantly because if AJ gets to play another unit, then we just have no fearsome blockers.
Yeah, that vulnerable on the only fearsome blocker.
No, we do have another fearsome blocker in hand, but the Lux will pay for that, and she will die here. Yeah, there's a second
It is a 4 attack. Crucially, can still block that Vex here. And so?
Yeah, probably pulling.
Yeah,
Vex
Robo
pulling the Lux, just so we I like this.
Yep.
Attacking with the Stygian is very interesting.
Removing that Lux. There is a second one in hand though, and a formula. So now Robo just has to consider the harrowing. How does he survive the harrowing now?
So interesting. We are trading our 3-2, but not. Okay, maybe it doesn't want to get our units to 1 HP. Maybe that's the plan. I mean, the Challenger would have seemed kind of nice here.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just thought it had fearsome.
Oh, Reggie. Nice.
Okay.
Two hollowed.
Do we get...
Two hollowed. Assembly line feels good. Back-to-back also feels good.
There's a level...
Like it might be back-to-back. Or assembly line for the Lux? Oof.
There is a leveled Nocturne harrowing threat now, which on summon after the cast will disable pretty much all of your fearsome blockers, and not even back-to-back will be able to bring them back. But Robo still goes for it.
I like that one. Not even back-to-back can bring them back. That was nice, man. But yeah, I think at this point, 8.33 chances to draw the harrowing, but of course, I don't think this is considering that we'll draw 2 cards with the gloom as well. So there's that. Alex comes down. I feel like Robo at this point just cannot play around harrowing anyways. So he's just hoping that AJ doesn't draw it, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case here.
I like this from AJ. It does prep a little bit with the hitting the 3-3 just in case we don't draw it, then we can attack, force the Lux to block again. Also, this doubles all the gloom, so technically Lux isn't even a blocker.
That is true.
Ooh, second Mystic. Oh, flashbacks.
Oh my god. And Robo's pick of back-to-back seems to have been the correct one here.
7 HP is really close. Ooh, second Vex. Wait, don't we use... Oh, this is technically good from AJ, because this technically pushes lethal, right? But Robo did get that back-to-back from Reggie. And gets a fearsome blocker now.
Oh yes, this was
that's it.
very important. And now Robo is the one threatening lethal.
Yeah, Robo can just double beam the Nexus. Yeah, unless AJ plays Vex right here, right now, this is over. Okay, he does have it. I mean, Robo probably still goes for the draw. That goes for the pass. Makes sense as well. Soul Harvest. Oh, okay, I see it. Ooh, what a... Oh my god. I don't know. Robo really clawed that back.
Oh yes,
You know,
that was very scary.
well played, yeah. Really hanging out for dear life right there and just pushing back.
Now AJ looking at lethal here.
Alright, there's the final spark. That does just mean a lethal for Robo. And what a match this was. Robo just really put his head down and just grinded for this. We do see the open, which is sadly not going to be enough because of the double mystic. But with the double rocket, with the double laser beam in hand, RoboMaster back on the board and is now a single win away from becoming the champion.
Oh yes, now it's all about this Nami. Can it do the job? I was pretty much in this exact position last week against Mana as well. And it did just beat my fearsomes so easily because all of the jump blockers can be made fearsome blockers. But first,
all right, Vuju style and twin.
First, we will have Nyla Jenna against Yi, Nami, Shelly, Wuju Style, and Retreat. And Noblefy.
To be fair, on the other side, Janna and Nyla on 2 and 4. Oh man, I feel like both players are hitting their things.
This is a battle for the ages. Both decks drew exactly what they want.
Not only is it battle for the Aegis, it's also battle for the Aegis. And we're so on point today. Holy.
Only Aegis turn 3 looks a bit awkward here. Can consider killing that Nami. Of course, Robo does have the Noblefy in hand.
Yeah, and Vuju style, so... okay, yeah, you can Vuju style and then give it plus 2 HP, right? So that's also a way to go for here.
Delaying joy only makes it stronger. An exuberant flow.
There's the Mystic Shot. This can be saved in multiple ways, as we mentioned. We can go for the Vuju style that's already 0. Maybe we want to use that one. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that also makes...
I swear to God, I've seen more Master Yi's level this tournament than maybe the entirety of Master Yi existence.
Yeah, not even on leather. It's crazy.
Wait, if it just deals 5 this turn, it's gonna be the levels very soon. Crazy.
Oh my god. Jenna Nyla. Jenna on turn 4 with the attack token. Sadly, not the best. Usually you want to attack on turn 5. Play Jenna on defense. And this Master Yi is blocking this Nyla here now.
Yeah, exactly. And Shelly's soon to come here as well. We also have the protection with the 1 mana Noblefy. We can also get the retreat return. And if Master Yi hits this, place your bets. That's just such a good value because cheap draws are the best draws. Just ask Janna Nyla.
Mm-hmm. I do just want to point out that we just hit 100 viewers. Ooh. Thank you to the community for showing up after all this time for Legends of Runeterra.
Who wouldn't want to watch this new and upcoming game, Legends of Runeterra, right? But yeah, to be fair, it is the biggest match of the year, so not surprised a lot of people are showing up. Honestly, I am excited to watch it. I'm not even playing and my hands are like shaking. You know? I'm like, come on, do this, do that. Oh, the possibilities. It's just so hype.
Robo
I
could have
just gotta do kind of stuff.
actually. Robo could have leveled the Master Yi here by playing the draw into the coin.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good setup for Robo to find lethal on the next swing, of course, because we do see Shelly, we do see Burble that's going to be free for next turn for sure. We have double trouble here, which would mean more blockers, but I see a Rex. A Rex can come down from the side of AJ here. Unless we decide to go for like Miri, the Howling Gale, right? Oh, it's Howling Gale. Oh man, 0 mana Opify goes crazy. You thought 2 mana Opify is value?
Holy.
Oh, AJ, considering that Opify, it looks like. How many cards did we draw? 4, right? Yeah, 4. We can save one of the champions here, right?
Yeah, this Rex definitely a way back into this game for AJ. Looking at all of these engines.
And pushing 2 on the side, you know, just like that.
We do save the Nami.
If we coin, we can get the Burble fish out instead of Nami in case we want to keep the Nami max HP, you know, because she will be forced to block if we do that. But if we go for coin here, nope, we just get the Nami back. It makes sense. The Nami might be forced to block here because this looks like it's going to be a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, especially if this Nyla can find the level up.
We do have Eye in the hand. I will go for the draw. 10 out of 15, so we're gonna need a lot more. If we see any developments from AJ, it's probably gonna come. It's gonna be really bad for them. But yeah, we can just do like this. We can maybe protect our. Can maybe protect our Nami with the Vuju style. That's something to consider there.
Yeah, AJ reconsidering. Pushing more.
AJ can draw 2 more cards, yeah. Alright, the Vuju style on Nami. She was probably gonna block the Nyla right now.
Yeah, 4 damage on her.
That Burble is coming down really, really soon for really cheap. Down to 3 HP though, but still having that 0 mana Opify in hand. AJ is drawing a lot of cards though. The coin here does mean you just get to play Shelly. Oh man, I mean... Okay, Slipstream. Oh, Slipstream would have mean that we could have leveled Nyla.
Oh.
But of course, that was a little bit of funky place.
Maybe that was the Slipstream that just got shuffled into the deck.
Oh, right. Because you... will Robo just go for a lethal on this one Burble fish?
Wait a minute. No way.
I mean, it's gonna be a lot of HP, right? Because you go 2 more spells. Yeah. Oh, maybe Robo has this. Oh, he's preemptively doing it.
That's all he needs.
Wait, that's it? That's it? Well, technically that's a gift, so it's technically not theirs. That's... I'm interested to see why he did it this turn and not next turn.
That's 1 mana more.
So he just needs 1 more spell. There's a gotcha, but 1 gotcha doesn't do it. Okay, Holy Gale doesn't do it. We still have some draws. Oh, Twin plus Opify. I think that's it. I think
No.
I think Robomaster just won it.
That is crazy. Nami with a single elusive. And AJ
Wait a minute.
draws nothing.
What's Janna at? Can we level the Janna?
Oh.
At first speed level Janna? We probably can't. Oh man, that would have been so funny.
No, that was
And
so
Robo-
close.
Robo gets it. There's the level up.
She levels, but not at burst speed, and Robo takes it! Robo is your 2025 Amateur Global Champion!
Oh my god, I swear to god he almost threw because he didn't pull the Janna this turn, but it is what it is. Bro won it. What more can you ask for? Oh my god, the run back! And he smoked! Holy crazy.
Wow, that was very
God.
well played from both players.
Yeah, it really shows how close these matchups were, right? 2-0 for AJ, previous best of 3. 2-0 for Robo right now with such close matchups, especially game 1 and even game 2. You know, we were down to 3 HP, but that zero mana Nopa fight really gave us so much safety, honestly, for everything that AJ could do. And oh my god,
Yeah.
that's it, Lava. We just got a champion, and guess where the champion is from?
It is EU.
EMEA, let's go!
4 out
EMEA
of
is
4.
winning.
Woo.
At this point, we didn't even have to play it, man. Just give it to one of the EU people. I honestly shout out to AJ. The lineup was really good. I love the needle. It came in so far, and I hope he doesn't feel too defeated because he still did really good. It's finals, man. You can't be too sad about second place in this stack of tournament. Especially, you can't be mad if Navi just ends the game like that. Navi just does stuff or something like that, you know? So it is what it is. And RoboMaster is your 2025 AGC champion.
Yeah, he will be getting the $800, 6,000 coins, and the custom XL mouse pad with card
I mean, it has
art
to be
of
Navi,
his
right?
choice.
It has to be Navi, right?
It has to be.
Has to be Navi. Or maybe the Burble. Maybe he feels like that Burble fish is deserving it.
What did he put as his favorite card? Do you know that?
Not sure.
Surely production
Not
can
sure.
figure that out.
Yeah, if we can get a Robo's player card up on the screen, it would be really nice. But what a performance from RoboMaster, man. Really coming in with this somewhat of a counter lineup, and in the finals. I mean, okay, in the first finals we did manage, Jan and I did manage to slip through, like the like the slipstream, but game 2, no slipstream to slip through, so RoboMaster gets the win. And by the way, of course, the Robo's favorite card was Vi, and favorite deck of all time, Trundle Timelines. I mean, Robo is the timeline, you know, connoisseur. So
Yeah,
yeah, there's
but
that.
we will be able to ask him ourselves what he chooses. Welcome, Robo, and
Robo!
my god.
Hello.
Robo, hello?
Hello.
Hi, bro. First and foremost, congratulations, and immediately tell me how you feeling. The vibes and feelings, are they immaculate?
I am feeling very well. I am very stoked to finally win an open. An
Not any
Aegis
open.
Open. Oh,
Not
I
any
won
open.
World, man. Fuck
Global
sake.
championship, man. Come on. Not
Should've
any
made
open.
the years.
That's in my books, that's a world championship, Robo. You are a world champion.
Thank you, Ace. My god.
Yeah. So are you still trembling? Are you too excited? What's going on through your mind right now, Robo?
I am very excited. I'm kind of shaking. But I also need to study, so it's like a mix between being very happy and also needing to focus on something else.
Ah man, I don't know if you can focus on anything after this. This was spectacular performance. But yeah, you know, you won it for you. Does it give you any more, you know, satisfaction that you won it for the EMEA people, that we can brag 5 years later, we can still brag about it? Did it mean anything
Absolutely.
more, or was it just for you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the moment Never Walk Alone said it in chat, I was like, okay, I have a legacy to uphold. And I mean, of course, I had a lot of support. Some scrim homies, you, Wad, and mostly Barcode. And then some friends everyone that supported me, some friends at Cope, so other just the EU people or in general in Twitch chat. Thank you very much. Very, very stoked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Please tell me,
go ahead.
how did you come up with that lineup? What were your intentions?
You have to get to the nitty-gritty, bro.
Oh,
We don't care about
this
feelings. How did you make lineup?
lineup
We need to copy.
was a disaster class. So basically, I looked at tables. I talked to Barcode a bit, and I think Nila Jana will be relatively expected. And I mean, I think I also have to thank you for this, Lawa. You said in that one, like after Mana did like really well in the LCQ, you put like the Nami Yi deck in like the standard chat of being interesting, and I was like, this could be fun. I was playing like some random stuff. I tried it, and it actually seemed pretty decent. And I had fun. It's like I told him, I think I want to play this, and then I looked at matchup tables, and I realized like what is. I thought, Nami, Udyr, and maybe like Vex Nocturne is something that could beat Fearsomes. And then I talked to Watt and Ace, and they scrimmed a bit, and they said, yeah, no, Fearsomes does not beat Nami Nila. If Nami Nila just draws their hands, it's still free. So I think, okay, back to the drawing board. Will I finally play this J Slux deck? And I played this J Slux deck. And then, like 6 hours before submitting, I did some scrims. I realized that Nami Yi does not beat Nila Jana consistently at all, and it's probably unfavored if you don't draw. If you like don't know how to play it, it's like really bad. So I was very panicky. Even like 2 hours before the deadline, I was panicking in DMs with Barcode. I was panicking talking to Ace and Watt, and I said, you know what? Fuck it, I'll just run it. And the whole time this lineup felt so weird, because I was supposed to beat Nila Jana, but every time it came down to like, okay, Jace Lux got the win, good stuff. Now this Nami deck. And Burble high rolled a couple times. I think I played a lot better than open rounds. I got there.
Oh, you didn't indeed got there, and man, you covered too much of that because you're running out of questions, but you weren't supposed to cover. You know what? Tell me again about that Nila Jana. As you said, like you were supposed to be like okay into it, but Nila Jana is just Nila Jana, and as we saw right in the first finals before the bracket reset, AJ just steamrolled with the Jana Nila. Did it even feel like a smart choice? Of course, now in retrospect, it feels like a good choice that you played into the Jana Nila. But during the rounds, during the Swiss and the top 8, did you ever feel like you made a mistake with trying to target the Jana Nila?
Yes. Yes, the whole day I was like, this lineup sucks. This lineup is not good, but if I don't know what to ban, how do my opponents? And turns out Udyr is pretty good ban bait, and Nila Jana, if you high roll, can win games that seem unwinnable. So yeah, no, this lineup, I don't know how this lineup won, but I am very happy I won with it.
Alright, but the most important question, what card will you pick for your mousepad?
If I get to pick alt arts, I mean probably Arcane Fi.
Come
I've always been a Fi.
No love for the Nami? No love for the Nami that just won the world?
Ace, brother, you know how much I play Fi Jack's timelines. Come on now.
Oh, maybe you get timelines. Maybe that cool timelines little clock.
I've always jammed timelines, but the coolest part about timelines is, for me, it's always been Fi as an inclusion. I really enjoy like the aspect of swapping weapons with it. The fact that it's a threat I can always play from for turn 1. I can actively end my game knowing that card will win me the game. And I mean, I've played a bit of League. I also played Vi, so yeah, I mean.
Yeah, Robo Vi, very famous amongst the League players of the LoR community. Robo Vi is like a staple for for everything. That's the best. So
We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. No,
I guess vibe fits. So yeah. Yeah, Robo, can you tell us a little bit more about the prep? You know, you did say like you talked with some people here, some people there. What decks were, you know, in the consideration except the Fearsome? Were any decks really close to you bringing them? Maybe some Needly Wings giving were in the discussion?
After some of the Nila versus Nami scrims, I heavily considered either play Karma or play Nilajanna or something. And in the end, I really considered playing Nidalee. Like, I really considered playing Nidalee. I played some games on my, like, DNA account, and I got some more confidence from the power level Nami put up in those, even though they were ladder games. They gave me confidence in the power that can pull up, and it gave me a different perspective of how I should be looking at the games with that deck in a vacuum. And I think this game was a very good example of that, the game I won with. Where you don't care about boards. If you can keep your Nami alive and can try for an OTK, some decks have a really hard time stopping that. Especially now. Like Fearsomes doesn't want to play Vengeance. Hard removal is barely any deck.
Even against Janna and Isla, right? If you have that Nopify, they need to get in a few spells in to kill it. So I guess the little bit practice you got on Janna, on Nami really paid out there.
Absolutely.
Now, any questions? Any technical questions about the lineup?
Do you have any words for AJ, who you just beat in the finals?
AJ is super cracked, probably better throughout the tournament than I did. I don't want to talk about my open rounds. I played 2 stances on my Berserker instead of my Udyr in my open rounds. It lost me one game, it almost lost me another. I don't want to talk about it. But, you know, AJ played very well. Every game I played felt threatening. Everything he was repping felt threatening. I'm honestly kind of surprised I beat him the second time also, but GG's to him. He's a very good player.
Yeah, I think people just banned Udyr too many times apparently against you, right? They were just supposed to let you Udyr and misplay the stances, but they didn't know. And Udyr worked perfectly as that ban bait, right?
Absolutely, Udyr ban bait. That was a threat from the start. Look, it actually was though. I was like, Udyr is just perfect ban bait. We just play that. If I do get to play, I should be good into Udyr. Like, I've played Udyr every Aegis season. Yeah, too, by the way. It's very cool. And I've skill diffed on Udyr. Like, I mean, I've been doing really well. And then just in Worlds, I just forgot to have hands. Like, multiple times. I don't know what happened to me, but I got some hands on Chase Lux and Navi, luckily.
Well, that's from my side on the technical questions. I still have questions about the other aspects, but Lava, do you have any technical questions about the lineups and the prepping that you want to know, that you want the people to know?
Honestly, I think we've just seen it perform so well, played by you so well. Right, I have a big question. How do you win the Chase Lux mirror?
That's a fair
Draw
question.
champion?
Of course.
I think
champion.
Mana, who I played game 1, made it very interesting. Where I mean the 1-drop on 1 is like insane. Because preferably you play like a 6 cost spell on turn 3. If you hold if you play Formula or Shock Blast first, and you get hit by like 3 handsome men, then the 2 handsome men you get fucked. If you play the handsome men and you get Shock Blast, it also feels very bad. So
you can't say that, bro.
So like moving on.
playing
like
for
a
half
very
the
weird
innings.
scenario where if you open pass on turn 3, it was like very interesting, and it's also just like champ resources. Arrows hitting back to back is insane. But yeah, just carrying with champs, drawing champs, and winning with champs mostly, and like accelerating them on the right times. It's not like they don't have specific spots to tell you what to do what, but you just draw and play around your champions and you win games.
Makes sense, Robo. Just draw champion, play good. What advice, you know? Yeah, I have a question, Robo, but it's kind of not that technical, you know. I think you're like one of those players that half of the rounds is playing on the move, the other half on the bike, a third of the matches in the kitchen while eating dinner, and a quarter of the matches on your phone sitting on the couch. How do you maintain, you know, the focus on doing so many things while playing important tournaments on phone?
Yeah, I don't know. Like the game I played into you in Swiss, my 9-year-old sister, 11-year-old sister, picked the decks for me because I was running out of time. I was driving her somewhere.
Yeah, that's it. You heard it first. Ace lost to 11-year-old girl.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just like LoR has always been like just a good time. I've always played around 5s if I've been feeling great, and also the lasagna buff, of course.
The lasagna.
W mom.
Yeah. It's a big power spike, right? During the break.
Absolutely.
Good.
I mean, it was a power spike. It
Power spike?
lost a bit of its buff when I played the first game into AJ, but the second time it came back.
The food wasn't settled, you know. It was still.
And I always played for fun, and I've had some practice in unconventional situations playing LoR. I've played at the Coliseum.
So I guess it just comes down to practice, right?
On
And
the
also,
bike,
The Coliseum.
you know. I was at the real Coliseum.
at the real Coliseum.
My phone went through like the baggage check when I was playing in like an old LoR Open. Like,
yeah, so basically it was
I
the same
almost
as the
lost the game
gladiators,
because
you know?
I had to put my phone through the scanner.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the gladiators were out there, and Robo was just fighting for his life, trying to win a Nami game or a timelines game right there, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Lava, you got anything else for our champion?
Yeah, we were just informed that the Aegis hosted AGC will return in the next year with an even bigger prize pool provided by Riot.
Wait, Robo, do you know what that means, Robo?
Will you be competing, Robo?
No, Robo is already world qualified, right? Because technically you have to invite the previous world's winner. That's usually how it goes. Robo, I think you're qualified for worlds next year.
Now I get to do to you what you did to me for the past 2 months, Asian.
Yeah, you just say. I mean, this is not official, by the way. I don't know if this is. I just just usually happens. I don't know if this is happening, Robot. Don't catch about my word. You know, I'm not part of the production or anything. I'm just saying. On top of saying that you're a world champion, you can't just say world's qualified again. You know.
That feels good.
Yeah. Well. Robo, you need. Lava, do we have any more questions, or do we need to ask Robo for any shoutouts and stuff like that before we let him go?
Yeah. Anything else you want to say, Robo?
Oh,
I mean,
of course. Before you go give the shoutouts, maybe any highlights from any of your matches that you still remember while your memory is fresh.
Herbal Fish the goat.
Oh yeah.
Enough said. Yeah, I also like that interaction where if you recall with the retreat and then with the return you can get it like 3 mana burble. You don't have to spend more spells for that. That's kind of a chill little thing. I don't know, since that's your only thing that you remember, any shoutouts, anyone that the community you want to shout out for being the best, for helping you out.
I mean, Barcode is probably still better than me, but I'll take the world's title. A big thanks to him. Thanks to like you and Watt and Stan for the scrims. You for the Cowboys for cheering me on. And a big thanks to Aphrodite team for hosting the APH League and single-handedly qualifying me for this tournament. Like they're amazing. Also, Aegis is amazing, and I mean, great cast all around stuff.
Yeah,
And
you
I
heard it
think
here first,
everyone's
guys.
supporting me, of course.
Robo is only a champion because of me. There we go. I count that as a win. Yeah, I take those. Well, Robo, again, I have to congratulate you, dude.
And
This is a
thank you to the
big
PPT
win.
boys. They'll know.
Yeah, man. Still, congratulations. Just huge win, man. You gotta take in and appreciate that, and then go back to studying. So take like 5 minutes break before you study, and just tell yourself that you are a champion. You know, you were my champion the whole year, but now you're officially the champion. Thank you for that, Robo. Lava, I think we do need to slowly wrap this out, so you will need to give us any remarks, any shoutouts, anything you want. The podium is yours. I think you did great work casting, and now you get to say a few words before we end it up.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Thank you to the viewers, especially to the players who played all year. Shoutouts to all the people on the LOR Never Dies Discord. We're keeping the game alive. And shoutouts to you, Snail.
Yeah, you said it right. You know what, Lava? I'm going to go ahead and read every single one of the 24 players that were qualified and thank them all. Ace, AJ, Ame, Angel, Flixus, Arcadia, Easy to Win, Goofy, Barcode, MP, Luna, Mana, M. Brooks, Newman, Kyovatis, Dominic Rivash, Robo the Goat, Rosidon, Shadox, Trey, Trixit, Vendo, Vad, White Rebellion, all of the players that competed yesterday and today. You guys made all of this be an insane event. So fun to watch, so fun to cast, so fun to play. Thank you to all of you who competed and didn't make it. You guys are the GOATs as well. Everybody's the GOAT. If we could give a GOAT title to everybody, we could, but sadly today it's only Robo. Again, thank you to Aegis for putting everything this together. The news that we are getting another one next year with even bigger prize pool is huge. That means, guys, what you just saw today here, you can do it yourself next year. So, keep an eye on the Aegis announcement and come and compete. As Lava would say, LOR never dies. Am I right, Lava?
LOR indeed never dies. Goodbye.
Yeah. See ya, guys. I don't think we told production that we are wrapping this up.